Well, that's because we're doing some on TV. Oh, yes. I'm fine. I'm still a little stuffy. Still a little stuffy. And you know, yes, including it was allergy. Yes, but it was going around. I think it was. You know, everybody is at home now because we all been so covered up. Yeah. So I saw the email.
They're on.
Just for,
Okay, I'm just.
oh, I'm sorry. And actually, that is not when we've been working on this, but have to look at that. So you can do that. The other thing was,
Use the microphone and share it on your person.
Hello, is mine on?
Yours doesn't sound like it's on.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
And try not
Hello.
to crumple the papers for the microphone. No, no, because I think that connects up with the firehouse now. I think they reorganized. That's what I was told. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Historic District Commission meeting. Hang on.
Should be 22. Says it right here.
Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. It's a hybrid meeting, which means that we have at least two members that are zooming in right now. And I should just confirm that the two people who are zooming can hear us and we can hear them. So Diane, are you there? She muted.
Yes, I am. I am.
Okay, thank you, Diane. We can hear you just fine. Thank you. John McLaughlin?
Not on, Mr. Chair.
He's not on.
I saw him. He was.
I saw him earlier.
All right, well, somebody keep me posted. If he shows up, let me know and then I can just patch him in. Okay?
Okay.
All right, but we have Abby Camp, Val Oliver, myself, Ray Cole, Carrie Thornwell, and Diane, of course. So, and we're waiting on John. And for those of you that missed that message, Stephen Welch is joining us at 7 at the earliest tonight. Okay, so first order of business is to move to approve tonight's agenda. Can somebody give me that? motion?
I'll
move.
make that motion.
Don't move.
We'll take Diane's on that one. So on the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Hey, item number 2 is election of officers, but Kathy researched it and we can't have the election until after Diane has been sworn in. So we're going to delay.
I have been sworn in.
She has been.
You have been sworn in?
I have been sworn in.
Okay. Are you okay moving forward without John?
No, he was going to vote for me.
He what?
He was. He said he was.
But we also have the issue of whether you can
Chair,
chair.
yeah, so yeah, I would hold off.
Yeah, we have to hold off, Diane, because we're still checking out to check the legality of you being able to zoom in as chair. So I'm gonna hold off on that one. So we're gonna move on to consent. Let's see,
I'm off.
I'm off. Val's off, I'm off. So Diane,
Yeah,
I have to recuse, Val has to recuse, so that.
Carrie has to
Oh,
recuse.
you're kidding. Let's see, so
You can go one through
we'll,
9. Then Ray and Val can
yeah,
carry over.
yeah,
we
okay.
don't, we don't have a quorum, right?
No, so Diane, the suggestion is that we do items 1 through 9. And Val and I will recuse from items 1 through 9.
Okay,
And we will do items 10 through 18. And Val and I would be able to sit on those, and then Carrie would recuse, okay?
okay,
Okay, so your board on the first half, the 1 through 9 portion, would be Abby, yourself, and Carrie.
okay. So can I get a motion to approve the,
Motion to approve items 1 through 9.
on the consent? Right. Okay, Carrie, Abby,
Aye.
and me, I'm an I.
Okay, thanks. Now, for items 10 through 18, Carrie, you're going to recuse from that, and everybody else will be on. Okay,
Motion to approve 10 through 18 on consent.
great, thank you. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie. Oh, sorry, that, you caught me. Diane,
I,
it was Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Consent with conditions. This is hopefully is relatively straightforward.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
all right, very good. Abby has made a motion to approve the 1 consent with conditions item. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane,
I,
thank you, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor of that motion carries. Okay, signs, what do we got?
So number 1 was motion to approve.
Okay, good.
Motion to approve number 1 on the signs.
Okay, on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane,
I,
thank you, and Val,
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion carries.
Number 2 is motion to approve the sign advisory comments.
Motion to approve number 2 through sign advisory comments.
Very good. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane,
I,
Val,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries.
3 and 4 were hold for revisions.
Motion to hold 3 and 4 per sign advisory. For
Okay.
revisions.
Very good. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane,
I,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, that's it for the signs. New business. Joseph. Approach the bench.
This looks like fun. We'll do this.
All right.
Are you going to have drawings on the screen?
Well,
Well, there actually aren't drawings for this. It's a photograph and a site plan, but the site plan would be helpful.
Yes, we can. Oh, there you go.
so let's see, move off demo.
Yeah.
Hey, you're just gonna wrap this all into one package.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, that these are 3 separate applications, because if you look at the site plan, the lot, this property, which we've all referred to as the Nizda Cottages, is 5 lots.
Yeah.
Lot number 5 was purchased by the town to widen that road, which hasn't been done yet. Lot number 4 was purchased by the land bank. And those 5 cottages that are on those 2 lots, which are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, were approved to be demoed, I think, in 2019. And structure number 3, which is the long rectangle along Francis Street, happens to be, or was, a mirror image of cottage number 3 across from it. And so what you have before you, I'm assuming you have lot number 1 first, is that right? Yeah. So lot number 1 is the smallest structure that's along Meter Street. That structure, we're looking for a move demo of all of these. I mean, and ideally to gain the most flexibility, a demo. We've had Bernie from Toscana come out and look at these. They could be moved. Obviously, there's a cost associated with that. Although lot number 1, that thing is probably in a condemnable status. So that's the smallest one that really doesn't have a street presence as far as all of us are concerned. No one's really seen that cottage unless you go down Meter Street. There are photographs of this. It's actually a difficult structure to take pictures of, except for the one elevation. Oh, that's not cottage number 1.
It's still like a lean.
That's okay.
Right?
That one's number 3. Yep. So there you go. Yep. That's cottage number 1 right there. And then the rest of it, those oblique views you're seeing because it's between the structures. All of these structures were built at the same time, post 1949, essentially as like a motel courtyard rental cottages. And there weren't any issues moving these, or excuse me, having these demoed previously during the previous submission a few years ago.
You mean the other ones?
The other ones, correct. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, excuse me, John McLaughlin has joined the meeting.
Okay, he's going to be off of these just because he joined up. Go ahead, Joe.
I think that's it. I mean, a little bit about, I think you're all familiar with NISDA. There were a total of 11 artist residents here in those buildings. A few of them have more than 1 unit, and remaining there are 5. And Kathy is looking to consolidate the artist residences out in her property at 55 Walwin, where she has a house that she moved a number of years ago that had served as artists and residences. So rather than splitting this between town and Walwinet, if we're trying to get those residences to exist out at 55, it won't be as many as here, but they're right down the street from the school, which is at 23. So, and there'll be a bike path that's going in down there eventually. So the long-term plan is to have sort of the country artists and residences down the street from the school, so that there's a closer interaction between the artists and residents and the students that are taking classes.
I'll go.
Well, hang on 1 second, Diane. I'll let you go first, but I want to hear from HSAP first.
Yes, Mr. Chair, HSAB and myself took a look at these. As you all are aware, that these were able to be subdivided under the 4181L exemption under the subdivision control law. And these structures obviously are contributing towards the National Historic Landmark in the local district. Would rather see these be improved or accommodate them in Walwinet, as Joe had mentioned. HSAB reviewed this on May 24th. With an attempt should be made to reuse these structures, and they prefer to see them retained and restored. But obviously, overall, staff inserted the fact that we'd rather see them moved versus demolished.
Okay. Joe.
Yeah.
On
But
that point.
I have the HDC, the building survey forms, and they're not listed as contributing.
I'm
They
him.
are.
I'll give Mr. Chair?
I don't, maybe it's a technicality, but
It is. So when those surveys were done, they were done in the 80s. And a contributing structure is 50 years or older. So of course, those surveys are over 30 years old, hence now they are considered contributing. Just because the document right then and there says that they're not contributing is a moot point.
Ray?
Hey, John,
Yes, Ray, I'm trying to get in contact with you.
what?
I'm trying to get in contact with you with my computer. I've got it now. I can hear you talking.
Yeah, and we can hear you. So John, welcome to the meeting. We're in the middle of a hearing right now, so we're gonna move forward with this without you, but once we're past it, you can come back in, okay? So just hang in there.
There I am. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
John? Thank you. Diane, go ahead.
Can we look at all three buildings as sort of one application? Since they're both, all three coming from there and they're all three going to, Walwinet Road. I would
Well,
approve their moving out there. They become part of the school, which is rejuvenating itself. They'll fit in. She has land behind the existing house, 51. And so it would save the buildings and it would keep them going and make them a integral part of NISDA out there.
okay, well, Joe, that was actually the question I had for you.
What was
You said
it?
that you were gonna be developing housing out at NISDA in Walwinet, but
we're trying to explore our options. So we do have an application, it's actually later on this agenda, for lots 2 and 3 to move to 55. So we have a move on application that's been applied for. But they're separate because this is on the old business track, and the move, which really came up after comments from historic structures, we discussed it and we filed a move on for number 2 and 3 to go to 55. If we move 2 and 3 to 55 Walwinet, we have about 60 square feet of ground cover left. And there's actually a vegetated wetland in the back. Don Bracken has an application that is about to go into Concom for both of those building footprints. So we're making an effort to get the approvals in place to move these there, including getting, I think you just got a price from Toscana today to move both of these structures. And we have a contractor working on the pricing to fix these structures once they get to that location. Obviously doing work here and elevating them 5 feet on such a tight lot, and getting egress out of the buildings and everything, it just completely changes the landscape. So it works well out there ground cover wise. Not all 3 of them. That little structure, number 1, wouldn't work.
that's actually the one that's under review right now.
Yeah.
So what I think you're saying, Diane.
Yeah.
What Joe is basically saying is we have 3 applications that we're reviewing now. The first one, which is this little lean-to shack, won't fit out in Walwinet because the other 2 that Joe is about to propose moving out to Walwinet would be taking up all the ground coverage. So I think that he's looking for a demo on this building.
Yeah, I think this building, having seen it myself many, many, many times, is probably the worst damage from flooding and stuff. So it's unfortunately is probably better off being demoed.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby.
I'm okay with it too. This particular one, lot number 1, I'm okay with the demo.
Okay. Yeah.
Aye.
All right, how about a motion?
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Yeah.
If that motion would be to demolish, then I would like to request that there'd be actual drawings of the structure if there isn't already on file.
Okay. How you feel about that, Joseph?
I think that's fine. I think you have floor plans, but what plans and
Doesn't look
elevations
like
of the
very
structure?
difficult to look at the map.
Yeah, no,
Can somebody make that farther?
Yeah. I could make a motion to approve, in that there are drawings made with the exact dimensions of the shack as it stands now.
Okay. That's Abby's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one goes. Okay, Joe, so let's look at the second one.
yeah, that's actually lot number 3. And the next one, I think the next page down is lot 2. Yeah, that's the one.
Lot 2 is one that's got, what, 3 people in it or 3 rooms, whatever.
That's the one that sits at the end of what used to be the courtyard.
Right.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Motion to approve the move to Walnut.
Okay, so, well, okay, just to be clear on this, well, a few things. Hang on. You're finished, right?
Yeah, except to say that my client would gain the most amount of flexibility if there was an approval to move or demo the structure, but we're making every effort to actually move it to 55.
Got it. All right. Page 7.
Mr. Chairman,
Same. Is that true of all 3? Okay, thanks. Okay, Diane, on this one.
am I sitting on this?
No, John, NISDA, no, the first 3 you're off of, but you'll be on number 4. Okay?
I would make, my thing would be that we approve a move or demo, if it has, if that gives them more flexibility to work out there.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So Diane has just made a motion to move / demo, which I think you're going to want to append same proviso. Okay? Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I think I'm only in favor of a move. I think,
Move off.
yeah, yes.
Mr. Chair, if I, some clarification, Joe put in 2 55 Wellwinnet move-ons from 71 Washington Street for this past.
No, we understand that.
Okay,
We understand that he wants to move them to Walwin, and what he's saying is it would give more flexibility to get move off. Also demo. Whatever. Anyway, so. Abby,
So- And further, something going in its place, I'd like it to have the same simplicity and feel of what.
Mary Ann, if you could speak to some discussions that I had.
Hi, Mary Ann Hanley. I've been working with Kathy for several years now to try and come up with a plan for this area. Unfortunately, it's been the subject of a lot of flooding. And she's gotten calls in the middle of the night from the fire department that you have to shut the electricity off and get your tenants out of there. It's a tough place, but as we all know, coastal flooding is a problem for the entire island. This particular cottage is substantially similar to one of the cottages that we received the move off or demo permit for back in 2000. I think we applied in 2018 or early 19. I can't remember the exact date. I understand the sentiment that they're small and they're cute, but unfortunately, in order to keep them in these areas, they're going to have to come up. By
No,
5.
I understand that.
Right. And with the issues, I mean, Kathy is working diligently. I'll be honest with you. I've told her for years now, get rid of them. They're tough. You know, it's an awful lot of work. It's an awful lot of expense for a not-for-profit school that depends on donations. And unfortunately, the last couple of years, with COVID, they haven't been able to have their school either. So it's a tough situation. And we're trying to do the best of it and hopefully recreate this artist colony out in a property out in Wawinet that NISDA has. If we can pick up these two structures and move them out there, that's great. But we may run into some issues where we need to demolish parts of them, or it just may not, because of what's out there, we may not be able to move them completely. We do certainly have to comply with the building department regulations. We're happy to entertain offers for somebody else that wants to move them onto their property if we can't ultimately repurpose them. But we do, in order to plan going forward, especially for the school and how they're going to recreate these and how they're going to fund it and who's going to be able to stay there, we sort of need to know ahead of time what our options are. So we would really appreciate the flexibility of the move off and or demo permit on both of these two structures.
Okay.
Aaron said that.
Hey, Diane,
Yes,
I believe your motion still stands, correct? Which is move off / demo proviso that Joe provides drawings of the building for the record.
right. Of any of the antique buildings or the records, so we have what they looked like before they went away. And we would always pick move rather than demo. That's my thing. I just wanted to give him, because of the wetlands out there and the house that's already out there, the availability of taking some of it down or moving it or doing something with it. I have certainly known Kathy much as long as anybody, and that's always been the result of the flooding and stuff and the sale of the property to the town.
Okay, thanks, Diane. All right, so Abby, there is a motion. Do you want to vote on the motion?
Oh, there's a motion. I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Val.
I'm for a move or demo because I don't think that 50 years makes a building contributing. My parents' house is 50 years old and I assure you that it's not contributing on Hooper Farm Road.
For the record, it's more than that.
So you're okay with the move demo?
If that's the only thing that's
It's-
making it contributing, then
It's not.
Okay, but you're in favor of Diane's motion?
yes.
Yes. Carrie.
This contributes to my sentimentality, and it's sad that the whole site's gonna change.
Yeah.
But it's happening. Logistically, I get it. If they work, they work. If they don't, they don't. They're not gonna be here anymore. So I'm okay with it.
What is going to be there?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I know you have a motion on the floor, but I just want to make this for the record, that this misconception that structures that are old, that are not necessarily, worth saving, might not necessarily be able to be utilized. There are historic tax credits that I would hope that people can look into to help retain their historic structures. 50 years, on your point, Val, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's associated to NISDA. It's associated to the artist colony, so it's got other criteria based on it. I just wanted to make that point for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm in favor of the motion. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. That was item number 2. How about item number 3? Anything you say on that one?
I'd say the same thing.
Okay. All right. So say the same thing as in you just made a motion that would be for a move or demo with record drawings to be submitted to the staff, correct?
Right.
All right, very good. On that motion,
I'll abstain as well.
okay, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sorry.
And in favor, motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, now, John.
I'm here.
I just don't sign it.
It's now your moment to shine.
What is the motion?
Oh, no, we're all done with items 1 through 3. So I would like you to sit on item number 4, if you would. Okay?
This
John?
computer's a mess, but I'm trying to listen.
Sorry, what did you say, John?
I said my computer's a mess, but I'm trying to hear what's going on.
Can you hear us all right?
Okay, 74 Westchester, all right.
Yeah, 74 Westchester, John, and you're on it, unless you don't want to be.
What happened with NISDA? Right.
NISDA, those all three got approved.
No,
Okay.
I'm
All right.
not receiving. Yeah, I'm not receiving that well with this crazy
Come to the
machine. I've got
meeting.
here.
Yeah, sorry, John, but we're gonna have you sitting on item number 4 here.
Yeah.
Uh,
How can?
What?
All right. Okay. Go ahead to Westchester Street. That's fine
That's
to me.
where we
Thank you.
are. That's where we are. Do we have somebody representing you?
I'm here, Ray.
Oh. More soon. Okay. Um, Go ahead, Stephen. Do we have drawings?
Oh, right there.
You?
Yeah.
You don't have drawings.
Yes, she did. I
You
did.
don't need them. Right.
So this is for a bluestone patio and a sitting wall on Westchester. The house has had several HTC approvals recently. And I believe there were 3 HTC approvals in last year, and they were all approved for lack of visibility. This patio and wall is behind that house, in between the 2 dwellings that are there, and is not visible from the road due to the existing vegetation that's there. And if you look back at an example of what we sent you, there's a wall at 76 Westchester that is exactly the same thing that was approved, and that's what we want to do there. It's a modified version of that wall in the location shown on the drawings. That's it.
I didn't see a locus. I don't know what this is. Does this fall within?
Here, it's right here.
It does not fall within A7.
It looks like it's right after Pilgrim
It is.
Going
Okay.
Oh,
out
did you
towards.
see the picture?
What picture?
This one, by the way, is our regular board.
Can we ask Steve a question?
Of course.
Hello.
Yes, Val.
The big curved wall is the wall you're showing a picture of, right? That's existing. You're simply asking for the straight wall
Right,
between buildings.
right. And the stone is going to be the same as what you see in that photograph. Correct.
Okay. Hey, Stephen, it doesn't, at least I can't see any indication of how high this wall is.
There is a drawing on the second page.
There's a drawing there with a mention on it, Ray.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, the elevation.
We can move this one along.
Yeah.
I believe
You will
Yeah.
see it because
I
it's right
believe
here.
it's 16 inches.
I'm okay
But
with
it's
it.
like 18 inches
Yeah.
higher.
Yeah.
You're okay.
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone have any objections to this application? If not, I'd like to put it to a vote.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
That's your motion to
Yes.
approve as submitted.
Yes, Mr.
Okay, Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, John.
Hi,
Thank you, John. Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay, next up, I got to recuse. Oh, and by the way, we're on to old business. So that means we have established boards on these guys. So.
I got
where's
Johnny
Ms.
McLaughlin,
Botticelli? There
I
she
think we're
is.
good.
Camp, Oliver, and Thornwell, right?
What did you say, Diane?
I said I've got John McLaughlin, Abby Camp, Val Oliver, and Carrie Thornwell
Is there any
I'm
way to
30
turn that up a little?
on 31 on
Diane,
31.
you're
Logan.
correct. And I'm obviously recused.
Hi.
So
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
Hopefully I won't be here long.
Lisa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Diane. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So this was previously heard on April 27th. And the comments were that there were two competing front doors. One of the things, I think one of the concerns was that the porches used to be separated and now we've joined them together. We also changed the window style to be 2/2, which I believe Abby brought up to match the side panels in the front building, the older structure that's in front of this building. There's a picture of it. Let's see. So there's that old structure in the front that is going to become the guest house. And on the side of that building, they have these very large picture windows. So we changed the window style to match those. The other, see if there were any other substantial changes. I think those were the major changes. So again,
Okay.
it was, Val likes that the main house is 2/2 windows. The glass and porch window should be 14 lights. I don't think there was a huge amount of other discussion other than the competing front doors and trying to join the porches to tie the buildings together or the masses together.
Okay, so you still have the front doors on the front, or the doors on the front, one over the left and one center right.
Yeah.
Are those flush or is one step back a little bit or one come forward a little bit? I don't see any side elevation.
Front doors, she said.
Yes. Well, one's not a front door. One's a French door and the other's a Dutch door. So the front door
Okay.
is a Dutch door.
Okay.
The French
that's
door is
good.
just off a bedroom.
All right, that's fine, fine. Thank you. That's all set. I'll start with Abby.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do have HSAT or sconce advisory comments for your
Oh,
consideration.
good, all right.
So they took a look at this on June 7th. And for the record, the existing historic structure is circa 1860s. You understand the height and the intention of the 2/2 windows, prefer 6/1, makes more of a cottage. Left portion should be pushed back linear. And the two doors facing the front should be pushed back. There was a discussion about 8 feet or so, something to break up that differentiation, if you will, as because the north elevation looked, or sorry, it wasn't the north, but that facade looked flush with one another. I really didn't give it a definition. Those, oh, and the 2/2 windows, I guess, did complement the historic house that was requested previously. So thank you for that. Those are the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And actually, Diane, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I have a couple things to add to that. We did push the left-hand wing back a few feet
Okay.
in the new submission. And I think the other thing that I want to add, and I don't know if the photos are still in here, but the last time we were here, well, not here on Zoom, we had presented a bunch of photos from the different views, and this house is very set back. And I think the visibility of seeing both those masses at the same time, it's at such a distance. So we did, you can see on the floor plan, we did shift that bedroom mass back at 2 feet.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see that now. It's good there. All right, let's try it and see what happens. Abby, will I begin with you?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so I'm glad to hear that the left side is pushed back. I'm on the fence about the 6/1s. I could go either way about the window style. I do think on that left-hand side, though, on the second floor, those 3 gang windows, they look like they're sitting right on top of that hip roof.
Mhm.
It looks a little odd. I think if you just had 2, it would look better, and sort of subordinate to the main mass. I think I'm okay with the 2 doors. Anyway, you can do something about screening with vegetation
Yeah.
and all that. So, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We still have 74 Westchester up on the screen that I have to look at. So I will go to Carrie now.
I really appreciate the time together, the 2 masses with the porch roof, because that for me makes the 2 doors totally work. Before it seemed like 2 sort of condos. I think it's a really attractive building, and I also really like the 2/2 windows. I think they lighten up the whole thing. I tend to agree with Abby about the 3 windows up top. They seem a little heavy and more significant than the main mass, and I would prefer to see 2 even separated a little bit. To lighten it up even a little more. That's it. But I just figure they look fine.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
Val,
I agree with what's been said. I think why that might look top heavy, if that's the word, is because of the way the roof comes to just the center window and the other 2 are floating, where the
Mhm.
one on the right
It's more grounded.
is more grounded.
okay,
Something-
Johnny,
I'm here.
what do you want to say about this one?
On this, I'd like to ask a question. Uh, Which is the front door? You have a glass door on the left and you have a Dutch door on the right. It's
The
not
front door
very
is the
solid.
Dutch door.
I'm sorry?
The front door is the Dutch door on the right.
That's the front door?
Yes.
Could they change it over to a M109 or M6 to match a 6 panel, that it would look more decent there?
This is a cottage, Johnny,
If there
remember?
is a photo of the existing house, it shows that door, they are matching the door that's on the existing house.
I think we're trying to make it more cottagey and less formal.
Yeah.
And that's why we use the Dutch door.
I think if I could interject, I think if you make that front door a color, like a blue, and
Mhm.
leave that white, it will disappear. and go.
Right. Yeah, the French door will be painted like a window.
Okay, Johnny, anything else?
No, that's my only comment there. I think they'll change that door.
Okay, I agree with Abby on taking that center window out of the 3 windows on the left-hand side, that's all. And I appreciate it dropping back to the 1.5 feet that it is, it'll break it up. And I think the 2/2s make the building lighter than it would have been with 6/6. It's only 26 feet tall. So it's not humongous at all. So can I get a motion?
Motion to approve, separating, reducing the 3 gang windows to 2 on the left-hand side.
Thank you.
Was
Thank
there-
you.
No.
Paint the front door.
A different color.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Johnny,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an I. So that
Thank you.
is
Thank you very
approved.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Next up, 19 East Creek. Board on this, myself, Diane, John, Stephen, and Carrie. Remind me. You know, you have 4-person board now.
Yeah.
You gonna be okay moving forward?
Yeah, hopefully I don't poison the application by saying this should be an easy one, but.
We heard that one.
Well,
So
and actually,
many times.
Stephen, I think I addressed the concerns that Stephen had. There weren't a lot of concerns. I think we almost got the approval last time.
All right.
So it hasn't been heard in a while, but I don't think it'll be tricky.
Okay. So you're saying it's okay.
Yes, in a roundabout way, yes.
Oh, I'm not on this.
Yeah. Well, again, it's a 4-person board because Stephen's not here. So the board, once again, Diane, myself, John, and Carrie. That's it. Okay, so
This is the house that's behind the nursing home.
oh,
Right.
right.
And so the only issue is actually clouded on the elevation that's there. You can see the before and afters on the previous page, but
Totally remember this now.
there was, I think Stephen mentioned the dormer not running to the ridge. That dormer appears on both sides of this building, so
Yeah.
that got pulled off the ridge. And then the oversized window in the gable on the far right, which was sort of a picture window, we changed to 2 double hungs.
Got it.
Those are the only
Yeah.
revisions. Up, if you scroll down, you'll see it. So that got changed to, and we kept the shutters that are large enough to fold over those double hungs. And we talked at length about all the other moves.
You didn't change one of the big windows on the west, but I think we sort of talked about it, but it needs to be quite visible.
Yeah, there's diagram there on the plan. The land slopes up a good 5 feet,
Yeah.
and then it's heavily treed, so you're not going to see, right, you're not going to see that window that's on the back.
I'm very familiar with this house and I will attest that there's a bluff right behind it. I mean, that window's gonna look inside of a bluff. So nobody's gonna see it, not even the people that own the house.
Well, that's true.
Okay. Diane, John, anything to contribute?
I just, how tall is the house, Steve?
It's existing. right?
What?
Good question. We're not touching the existing ridge. The existing ridge is staying.
22,
Is it indicated on there?
22.8.
Okay.
Okay, then I was just concerned for the island home, people who sit out there and look, that they would be able to see the water, because that's a big thing. So that's all.
It's way down from that. I think they look right over top of the roof of this house, honestly.
Oh, good. Well, you know how they feel.
That's,
you.
yeah, that's true. And in fact, I think a previous iteration, the client was looking for something 2 stories in this location. It sat idle for 3 years as he contemplated what he should do, and has made the wise move to work within the existing container essentially.
Good. Thank you very much.
So you good, Diane?
Yep.
John, how about you?
Well, I think, how far is this away from the island home?
It's like basically in the backyard, but it sits down that bluff, John.
Right,
It's
okay.
down at the edge of the water and Island Home is up on a bluff.
Yeah, I think most of it's visible from a travel way or a public way.
It's visible from the water. That's it.
Yeah, do they have, go back to the drawing, please? Okay. One question, why, to the, maybe to the owner or contractor, that some windows have blocks on them, the wooden shutters, some has none. It wouldn't be sense to have only on half of them. So I don't know what the owner plans to do. But it's not going to stop the water. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna. This brand new shutters. I know this is gonna be just, unless you're in a canoe. It's gonna be really hard to see this house.
Well, right now it has the rolling metal shutters,
Yes.
and we're trying to avoid that and shutter a good 50% of these windows in a way that makes sense. Obviously, the ganged windows, you can't deal with that in an elegant way, so we're not putting shutters on those.
Okay.
I think, can I say something that might be interesting?
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
Is for some reason or other, I don't know why, and I don't know that people do know why, the Island Home and this building do not get smashed. Island Home has never been wet. And it's up higher, but it is, there seems to be some sort of depression there, and these two buildings are not heavily damaged by storms at the moment. Interesting.
That's true.
Yeah, and this substructure is substantial and is driven pile. So we had an engineer look at it, and actually the underside of that substructure is above the current floodplain. So there's no floodplain issues in terms of having to raise height. We're not forced to stay under a economic threshold to keep it at its current height. So we've already
Yeah,
verified
it'll be
that.
good. So I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thanks for the motion, Diane. On that motion, Carrie.
I agree, thanks.
Great, thank you. John? John on the motion?
Yes, aye.
Okay, thank you. Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, so Brooke, same deal here with you. You don't have Stephen.
Yeah,
Now, I know a lot of you guys are waiting. Did you hear the announcement? Stephen is, if he shows up at all, it's going to be at 7. Are you going to move forward?
He said he'd be here at 8.
8.
so we're happy to put it off until the next available meeting. Either, is it a Thursday or a Friday this week? It's a Thursday.
Thursday, yeah. So for all of you who are here for, it's 4 applications for 38 Prospect. And I'm sure a number of you are. Yeah. So the story is, we ordinarily have a 5-member board. This is clearly a contentious project. And I leave it up to the applicant to decide whether they want to move forward with 4 members or hold for 5 members. So Brooke is elected to hold the full 5 members, which means that this board will reconvene and hear this on Thursday at 1 o'clock. Not here, over at the town building, what used to be the electric company warehouse. You know that building? You go into the back. Well, if you just walk in and say the HCC meeting, they'll direct you to a room in the back, and that's where the hearing will take place. And Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, but like this would kind of be the first item up, right?
It would.
Okay.
So,
1 o'clock Thursday, that's when this is going to happen. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who will the panel?
Well, so this is, all of this is happening because this is old business and we have an established board. So if you're looking at the agenda, you'll see that there's 5 names.
Right.
And the 5 people sitting on these applications are myself, Diane, actually it's Diane, Abby, Stephen, and Carrie. Those are the members. You see that?
Okay, and Stephen's not.
Stephen's not here and he won't be here till 8, so I don't think anybody wants to wait until 8 o'clock. So Brooke has elected to move it to Thursday at the beginning of the agenda. Yes, Brooke.
Is it possible to move it to Tuesday? My client would like to be here.
The client would like to be here. Okay, so can we put it at the front of the agenda so these people don't have to wait
Yeah,
all night? long?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So
Sorry.
scratch what I just said about Thursday. Next,
From tonight here.
correct, but first thing. And the meeting starts at 5, so as soon as we get rid of all the, little stuff, we'll be right into this, okay? Thank you. Any more questions? Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you
and,
all.
and to borrow something from Joe Paul, it should be an easy 4 applications.
All right, okay, so now what? We're going to hold items 3 through 6.
Make a motion to hold items 3 through 6 to next Tuesday's 5 o'clock meeting.
Very good, at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you for that motion, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie, Diane, on your motion.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you all. Sorry to bring you out. These things happen. Okay, now we're on to 3 Gladlands.
Yep. I must move it.
Okay. Matthew.
Mr. Chair.
Hi. All right, so 3 Gladlands, new dwelling. We have Diane, John, Abby, Carrie, myself. Okay?
So you've seen this once before, and you've requested some really minor revisions, so I'll just run through those really quickly. The front door, I think John had requested we go to a 6-panel door, which we've done. We do have 2, the top 2 panels are glass, but I think that the aesthetic is what John was after.
Yeah.
Diane had requested, again, this is on the north elevation, that the first floor kitchen windows be spread apart. So we've provided gaps between there and enough, I think 5 inches of shingle between the casing. The front shed dormer was actually narrower, and I think that everyone had requested that we just widen it because the rear elevation dormer was that same size, and so the proportional relationship of the roof walk to that dormer was more successful, and so we widened it per your request. And then finally, we just made a change to the window configuration, something that was a little bit more harmonious in our opinion, as opposed to the 4 windows. We thought the odd number was better and seemed to work. Finally, the skirt was requested that skirt be natural to weather. Done. So the only other change would be on the rear elevation, and I think that we just increased the pitch of the 2 rear roofs projecting on the
right.
first
I
floor.
think John had pointed out it's like a 3 and 12. So now are they 4s?
At least 4 and change.
Okay.
And again, pretty well, the parcel is, the house is intended to be, so it's one of the larger lots, and so visibility, I think, is going to be minimal. It's also a very low ridge height. So that's all the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Who would like to begin?
Could I,
Was that you, Diane?
yeah, I just wanted to know if we could have a site plan and see the house next door, number 5, Gladlands, how it fits in. Okay, thank you.
Diane, did you ask if you could see the house next door?
I don't want to see the house. I know the house. I just wanted to see how it ran next to number 3, because number 3, the old number 3 was smaller and back farther. So I just wanted to see how it went together. That's all.
Okay, but you did see the locust plan with the number 5 located on it, right?
Yeah, I did. That's what I wanted to
Okay.
see.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I can continue. I appreciate the moving of the dormer in the middle to changing it to 5. I think it works better. Thank you for the windows in the kitchen, because I think that I like the front door. I think it's work to me. I think it's working out well at this time. So that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you, Diane. John, how about you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, would you bring it up 3 notches, please?
3 notches. Let's have it. Go.
Very hard to read some of
How's
this.
that? Whoa,
Yes,
too big now.
the front door is fine, 6 panel.
See?
Windows look okay.
Okay.
My question is now on the roof. It's got the it's hard to read this one.
You want to know what the roof pitch is, John?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to know what the roof pitch is?
Yeah, I can't answer that right now. No, I just think that the only thing, if there's anything wrong, you've got too much glass on this elevation. It should, where there's 4, take out 1. Where there's 3, maybe take out 2. That's what you should do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Let's see. Who's the next victim? Go ahead, Carrie.
I appreciate all the changes, but the roof block just seems massive to me. It looks like it's a big square because it's sitting on a dormer. So the thing is as long as it is wide. If you look at each elevation, it's humongous. And I don't think it's very typical, and yeah, I don't think it's great to have a roof block that is basically a square.
We could shrink it in one of the directions.
Huh?
We could shrink it in one of the directions if you felt.
They don't-
Very
well,
wide.
yet, they don't run through, but it just. It's a height on each elevation.
Yeah, it's really massive on the east elevation.
Yeah, it's just.
We could shrink it on the east.
East and west?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it shrinks on the width, then the.
Right. Yes.
It'll be too short on the dormer.
Yeah.
The legs will be too short on the dormer. So
Right.
you have to give them the other direction.
So you're suggesting that it gets shorter along the ridge line. Like on the south elevation or the north elevation, you want to get shorter that way.
Well, it's the nature of being on a dormer.
Oh, I
So
understand.
it's a square.
Yeah, if you make it smaller, then it's gonna have like almost no skirt on it.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
All right, how about that one, Matt?
What's that? Shrink it? Which
Well,
direction?
she wants to shrink it for justifiable reasons, not on the east or the west elevation, but on the north elevation, the south elevation, because
Gotcha.
if you shrank it on east-west,
Sure.
the skirt is almost gonna become non-existent.
Right. Sure. We could do that.
And that would be traditional anyway, to be narrower along the ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Happy to do that.
And that was it?
That's it. I
That's it.
appreciate all the other things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carrie and Abby.
I'm fine with it.
You're fine. So what can you give us on the roof walk, Matthew?
2 feet. to reduce it by 2 feet.
What do you think, Carrie?
I would go even more. It really needs to be much narrower.
3, does 3 feet work?
Well, what's the size of
about
it
the
now? I mean,
posts?
It's very long.
I think it's
so-
like probably 10, so how about 4?
Oh, Matt, I beg to differ. I'm sorry.
4,
Looks like it's 20 feet long.
Actually, hey, guess what? I got a scale.
there we go.
I've gotten too used to this Zoom stuff where I can't measure it.
Yeah, and the details of those coming through.
It should be coming through. Maybe it might be our extensions on the setting on the Revit software, but I could take 4 feet.
It's 15 and a half at the moment.
Feet.
15 and a half feet long. That's what it is
Busted.
right now.
And then what's the width?
You don't want to know.
Yeah.
No, it's 13 and a half.
So 15 and a half by like 10, it really should be.
Just do what you want.
I just did.
Make it a
Well,
motion, but
I actually think 10 would start making it look a little narrow.
yeah, I don't want to
honestly.
get too scrawny.
12 I'm okay with, and 12 is a real, like, that's a substantial
Yeah.
concession.
Okay.
That's a foot and a half on each side. Okay, so you good with 12?
Yes.
All right, so does somebody want to make a motion on that
Motion
one?
to approve the roof block 12 wide
12 wide,
by 15 and a half long.
Terry. So the 12 feet would be as measured on the north elevation and the south elevation, okay? Just for the record. Okay, that is the motion that's been made on that motion. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John?
No,
No, okay. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, Carrie?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Okay, next up, 2 sand plan. Do we have somebody represent this one? Zoom. She's weird. I don't love the color.
Very nice.
Is there somebody on Zoom to represent this? Unmute if you're there. Okay, one more time before we pass this over. I don't want to do that. If there's anybody here to represent this, please unmute and announce yourself for the record. That sounded like a no. Okay, so I think we need to hold for rep on this. I hate to do it.
Motion to hold for representation.
Okay, so Abby has just made a motion to hold 2 Sandplain Drive for representation. On that motion. Now, Diane. We'll wait on Diane. John.
Aye.
John and Diane,
Yes.
either one of you on the motion.
Aye, aye.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, got you. How about you, John? Well, anyway, how about you on your motion, Abby?
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm in favor too. Motion carries. So that was to hold 8 for representation. Now we're along to number 9. Where's Mr. Rothke?
I'm on.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I am present via Zoom.
Yes.
Aye,
Either that or you're hiding under the table. Okay, Steve, let's see. So Stephen Rothke, your board is myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. Okay?
Yes, sir. Ready to go. Good evening, Commission.
thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, so quite simply, I did pretty much everything we had discussed at our last meeting, and just to give you a recap of that, in no particular order, if we maybe just scroll down, Holly, to the side-by-sides. We discussed leaving the existing chimney. That's going to happen. The main dormer that we're adding there on the central mass, we reduced its height, depth, and width by 12 inches in each dimension. And we discussed that pretty specifically at the last HDC hearing some 5 or 6 weeks ago. I modified the dormer to the left of that new dormer in the central mass there to become a shed dormer rather than another gable dormer. So I think the overall effect is that we have kind of a three main dormer sort of facade now on the front of this house, with a little feature dormer, just a very simple shed dormer with a single double hung window in it. The last comment is on the right-hand side of that front elevation there, on the right side of that sheet. You'll see we reduced the depth of that second floor deck to 8 feet. It matches the current depth of the existing structure that's on the side or west end of this house. And we've got a storage area under there, very similar to what exists today.
Is that it,
The rest of the revision clouds just reflect the changes in the various views that I just outlined, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Sconset did take a look at this on June 7th. They appreciate the closed-in stairs and their chimney being put back. That was most appreciative. It's more symmetrical on the west for the dormer not to be visible. So there was a comment about the gable projecting further out and to push it back to match the other one. As you can see on, I think it was this elevation on the east elevation. Other than that, they seem to be their comments.
You mean this, right?
Yes, Brett projected
Just to
out a little bit.
Just to clarify, that face of that dormer does match the dormer that is to its right in the current configuration there as viewed in the front elevation. So it does align. You'll notice if you look from the west, you don't see the two dormers, you only see the one, because in fact they are aligned. And we achieved that by pulling it back to 12 inches as we discussed with the HTC.
Yeah, I can see that.
All set.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thanks. Who would like to start on this one?
I'll go.
All right, Adam, go ahead.
I find the second floor chaotic. I don't find any rhythm in the window design. It's not funky cute like Sconset. It's just, I just don't understand it. I don't understand the D windows. They're going to be crank outs, or
They are.
what are those?
They're cases,
So
yeah.
I'd like to see some symmetry. The original, the existing had some symmetry, and I think it's disappeared. So I'd like to go back to something like that.
Okay, thank you. Carrie, you ready?
Yep, I agree with Abby on the front elevation, but I do appreciate what you did do, and I'm wondering, on this Hill Lane, oh, it's private. Just because those, all the big doors on the rear are also really asymmetrical on that second floor, it's not visible, and I think Abby's point to, this is, you know, it is really symmetrical for the building.
Thanks, Carrie. No, what makes you, oh, I see, it's labeled as private. Does that mean it's in a butter's way? Does that mean it's in a butter's way? Because if it's in a butter's way, and frankly, it just, the locus plan would have it that that's actually a way, as opposed to an easement to get to the property. An easement can only be accessed by the people that have rights to the easement.
Right.
A private, in a butter's way, they're very, very common on Nantucket, and any one of us could drive down in the Butter's Way.
Right, but this is labeled as a lane on this.
Okay,
On the
well,
locus, so it's just a question.
yeah, okay.
Ray, if I could clarify, Ray, that's Underhill Lane. It is a shell lane, much like Hedge Row. It's got a 10-foot privet hedge that runs down the side that would be common to the backyard. This shed dormer exists today. We're just refenestrating it with doors and windows. And I think that the visibility to it is minimal at best.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter if it's.
I also, the west elevation is not visible at all. You cannot see that elevation right there. So this really comes down to the front elevation, which was the focus of our first HDC hearing. And I didn't hear any of Abby's comments the first time we talked about it. So I do feel a little surprised by those, but we basically have 3 common dormers. The new one matches the 2 existing ones. And then there's most common typical dormer around, a single double hung window sitting in a shed dormer. So
Stephen, with all due respect, I do think Abby voiced those same concerns or something very similar the last time around. Didn't you say something about the dormers being?
Probably.
Yeah, this is, I remember that.
Okay, so, but she certainly said it this time. I want to hear from Diane. Diane, you there?
I appreciate the chimney being put back in. Having looked at this thing considerably, I don't know. I find that the little shed dormer over the main front of the house is questionable. I would rather, and I thought so the last time that disappeared and the dormer just moved over. It doesn't fit in, and in the existing, it had 2 of the little ones and a smaller dormer in the middle. I think whatever it is, it needs to be balanced out a little better. Other than that, I don't think I have any problem with it. I appreciate that the dormers match on the both sides that you see on the whatever east elevation, and that it's just that front dormer on the front of the north elevation that puts me off a little bit. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. The dormer that's putting you off is the shed dormer, correct?
Yes, it's the
Just-
shed
just
dormer.
clear. All right, because I share that concern. John,
Yes, sir. Thank you. Looking it over, I can find nothing detrimental to what is existing there now. I don't think any of the requests should not be issued. I think everything he wants is okay for this house. Thank you.
all right. Stephen?
yes, sir.
Stephen,
Yep. Yes, Mr. Chair.
I got this feeling that if you were able to change that shed dormer into a gable, that you might get some mileage out of that.
I was just about to suggest that I think for what's important for us, and I know it's not the purview of this board to consider the interior, but the upstairs is very asymmetrical to start with, and really the architecture sort of lends itself to this more primary dormer being off center. I understand what everyone's saying. We inherited a little bit of a interesting animal here from my predecessors. I'm happy to put a gable on top of that single dormer if the board feels that that's a better solution. As you know, we had that in the last proposal. So other than that, I mean, I tried to pick out the comments from the last one that I thought would address the real concerns and the thrust of the board's comments. So
All right, so
with due
just
respect,
for the record, I'll say that I do appreciate your pushing the biggest single issue was the gable, the big gable over the front door. You've pushed it further back and made it smaller, and that I appreciate. So, yeah, it's asymmetrical, but I think the tidying up a little bit by having all the gables or all of the dormers have gable roofs would act to unify them. So I think that a motion that would have the shed dormer turning to a gable dormer on the north elevation might get an approval. Oh, Stephen,
Yes.
can you do something about the D windows on the door, the right-hand most dormer? You're talking about double.
Yeah, so that's the kitchen area, and so simply from a functional standpoint, that's why they're the outswing casements. But if that's a deal breaker, by all means, we can talk about them. I'm trying to avoid the very unhappy detail of when the sill height drops below counter surface.
No, I think what Abby's after is something that's not a casement, that it's a double hung, so you could do like a 4/2 type arrangement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do like a cottage style type double hung. Yep, for sure.
Ray, can you answer a question?
Yeah.
On that window, on the shed dormer, on the front of the building.
Yes. Yes.
What happened? Do you need to have a dormer there, or could it just be a window?
No, you need a dormer.
Okay.
You need a dormer. Otherwise, you wouldn't get any head height.
Okay.
The window would be 4 feet high.
All right.
Just one other comment, Mr. Chair, about those windows in that dormer to the far right. The drawing obviously presents the full elevation, and if you reference the site plan and the photographs, I just want the board to feel a little more comfortable with the idea that the right-hand side of this north elevation sits very much askew to your visibility as referenced from the roundabout that is the end of hedgerow.
Okay.
So those windows are not up in the forefront. In fact, really, the further you move to the right, the less visible all of this is. There's existing trees planted along that edge of hedgerow. There's existing hedges, obviously, on hedgerow. So I'm just for everyone's benefit to understand that this north elevation sits very much askew to your vantage point at the driveway opening.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Does somebody want to do a motion? Sometime.
You want to have a motion?
Yeah, Diane, and if you made a motion, I think if you made a motion to approve this with a gable dormer where the shed currently is on the north elevation, that it might get a majority vote. Oh, and double hungs for the casements also on the north elevation.
Okay, I motion to approve with, on the north elevation, the casement windows on the right-hand side, 2 of them be 2/4 windows, and the shed dormer on the left hand of the center part be made into a gable dormer.
Okay, that's a good motion. Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made. Now I'm going to take that to a vote. So on that motion, Carrie.
I'm still not sure what it is.
Oh,
Little gable where the shed dormer is, but is it 4/4 window?
no, weighted sash. It's going to be 2/4.
Or 4/4.
4/2.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down on this.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay, so Carrie's in favor. Abby,
I'm an A.
you're nay. Okay, thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay,
Thank you very much.
yeah, thanks. 18 Canterbury. Chip?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Like a dragon.
Here on behalf of the applicant at 18 Canterbury. This is a proposal for a new dwelling At the first viewing by the commission, there were 4 comments, which we can look at. One of them was, and maybe we can hold here for a second on some of these reference images. One is, you might recall the idea is that there are 2 simple structures that had a connecting porch between them that was filled in. On our original proposal, that was basically all glass. It was a pair of French doors with flanking with fixed French doors on either side. So it was, commission felt it was too much glass. Before we look at our proposal to revise that, I wanted to show just a few reference images that are all taken in Sconset, where there are street facing situations where there have been glassed in areas. Some are all windows and some are combinations of doors and windows. This one that we're looking at here, you can see is all windows with shingles beneath. This next one is also all windows, but some of these do have the combination of the 2. Here we go. Here's a operable door flanked with fixed panels. This one is sort of our reference image, which you'll see where it has the glass in the upper portion and the solid panels beneath. If we continue, we can see here, this is a sample where, again, although it's all windows, it has the panels beneath. This was the most common detailing that I found in this condition in Sconset, is with the panels under. Here's another version. Can't quite tell from that picture, but the difference here is that the panels are vertical tongue and groove on the bottom. All of these have the articulated columns, except, and then this is one where it's, again, it's all panels beneath, but without the articulated columns. Okay, if we continue, that might be the last of the images. Now we can go to the elevations, please.
Chip,
Yes.
are you saying more?
Oh, no, I'm ready to go to the drawings. I'm not sharing the screen, so someone needs to go to the Holly or whoever's controlling this.
Chip, what's the front door elevation?
Well, that's right. If we get to the elevations, I can walk you through that. This we just looked at, these are just reference images throughout Wisconsin showing glassed in areas that have panels beneath them and glass above.
So Holly, you can't find the elevations there. So sadly, Chip,
Yeah.
those of us who are sitting around the table right now have the paper drawings and we can see your elevations, but apparently Holly's not finding them on Zoom.
Okay, so I can kind of maybe potentially walk you through them if you would like.
Well, that's all well and good for us in the room. That's not so good for John or Diane.
Got it. Okay, okay.
Do you have them so you could screen share?
Yeah, that would be great to move this.
All right, let me just see if I can do that quickly.
I guess we're not being televised.
Tell them how to do it.
Well, I need to pull up the drawings and then we can do that.
This is unfortunate. We're spending a lot of time and here we are.
Yeah, if you'd like to go to another application, then come back to this. I can queue up the drawings on my side in the meantime.
So Holly, definitely no elevation. No elevations, okay. So the only way that's gonna move forward with the Zoom is if you screen share, Chip.
Yep.
So we're gonna have to come back to you.
That's totally fine with me. Why don't you go move on to another one and I will queue everything up and just give you a heads up when I've got that.
Carrie?
No, because I mean, Carrie's actually next up. Are you gonna represent her, Steve?
I think there's not a full board and you want to hold it to a full board.
Oh,
You
okay,
texted me to say that
okay.
for the silver.
Yep.
I'm here to say.
Oh, so we're next. Okay, so we're all gonna return to Chip Webster in a moment, but pending that, we're going to take a motion to hold 14 Harbor View. So it's
Motion to hold 14 Harbor View.
until next Tuesday. Is it?
For a full board.
That's,
No, we're holding it.
I know, but I have another thing to add.
We were sort of held up because Don Bracken's going to be here and he was at another meeting tonight as well. So if we can hold it to the beginning of next week, he should be able to be here.
So you'd rather do Tuesday than Thursday?
Yeah, Tuesday at the beginning.
No, prospects for us.
Yeah, almost.
I know that the other one went there first. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, Val, your motion was to hold for next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so on Val's motion to hold 618 Canterbury to next Tuesday, Abby,
All right.
thank you. John,
This is 74 Westchester.
no, we're holding 18 Canterbury, John, till next Tuesday, and that's the motion. Are you okay with the motion?
Somebody popped it on my machine. I don't know how.
What?
I'm gonna pass. Go ahead.
Okay, Diane, where are you on the motion?
It would be, but I thought he was trying to find his stuff. Chip Webster.
No. He is trying to find, oh, I'm sorry. I said Canterbury, I meant 14 Harbor View.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, 14, I have no problem.
Okay, yeah, we're holding that. Okay, so Val, you made a motion.
Yes, I.
Okay, all right. And I'm in favor of that motion. That's 14 Harbor View.
Where am I supposed to go to be in?
Either there or there.
Oh, I'm just gonna, hey, so all the Chip Webster stuff,
I'm
for
just
those of
gonna
you
hold
that do paper, just throw it off to the side for now.
Beyond
Okay,
stage.
so let's see. Hey, John. Just so you know where we are, we're at 19 Quaker Road. You're on this. Diane, you're on it.
Yep.
Oh, you're. Okay.
Is this,
Just to refresh everybody, this is a separate lot, but it is owned by Sam Aloisi, who does live in the big house on the corner. His grandfather's house. So we've done a small 3-bay, it's 26.5 feet tall. We came with 2/2 windows, which actually match the rear mass of the big building. But you guys preferred the 6/6s, so we did change that. We enlarged the front elevation windows that do face Quaker Road a bit. This is not the house. This is just an example of other 3-bay buildings in the neighborhood. Those first two are on Saratoga. The second two are on the beginning of Nantucket Road around the corner. Because ours is a 3-bay. I just wanted to show that there are other 3-bays not too far away. So we did change to 6/6 windows, and we added windows on that, what is it, the north elevation there where we had no windows
yeah.
before. And we have a chimney on the rear mass. We really would not want to put one on the main mass because it would be fake, and that seems odd when you have a real one. So those are the changes we made.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Do we have HSAB on this one?
Yes, sir, we do have HSAB. So again, this is an infill to a historic structure on the back and on the front on Milk Street. HSAB took a look at this on June 7th. The rear and side addition should have a lower plate than the main mass. There's a lot of roof on the north elevation, maybe lower the pitch roof to a 412. There needs to be a window on the east, which is that addition on the side, on the main, needs a chimney on the main mass. And then the roof area on the street side is excessive. Lowering the roof pitch to an 812 would help. Did appreciate looking at the photographs that they provided. Thank you, Carrie. I recommended providing a shingle course around them. As you can see, this is not working here. My apologies.
Oh, shingle course around the dormers.
Yeah, around the windows instead of having it.
The windows in the dormers.
Yes,
Right,
Oh.
so instead of the casing touching the corner.
correct. Having that all the way down. Referencing some of the photographs that were provided here. There's more room here. This is a very similar, but there's more shingle around there. Versus, yeah.
That one just did cottage corner.
Yeah, I did.
What was the first one, Holly? The very first picture?
This one.
No, keep the one.
That's on Nantucket Road. The other one, the first one's on Saratoga, just behind this one. If you go down or scroll down a couple more. One more before that.
This one. Yeah, see, yeah.
Just a lot of trim.
And that would fit in from more of a historic perspective, but those are the comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. Abby, Val?
My main concern is the front, as you go down, is it Quaker Road? That the windows, the three dormers on the second floor look a little small to me, and I wish they were, bigger, like the ones on the first floor, so they would go up further into the roof and sort of take up some. The roof looks very large and roomy, almost too much so. That's my only concern.
So when you say bigger, you mean more like the size that's on the first floor below those windows?
Yeah, but do you think that's gonna get too vertical to the A2s?
Not necessarily, and it does kind of dovetail with Holly's comment about making the dormers themselves wider. be more
Yeah,
present.
just-
And then you also said to reduce the roof pitch so there's less roof showing, right?
Yeah.
So then you get into the whole issue of the meeting rail on the window, because that would hold.
Yeah. And it's perfect now. So I mean, if you could go to A2s, I mean, I think that would solve the problem a little bit.
Like this house since it came in, perhaps, I don't know. We saw a picture of some smaller dormers like this. I'm just afraid if they get wider, they're gonna look kind of crowded. That there was an example where there was no corner boards on the dormers, they were just cottage corners, which mitigated that feeling. So that might be a consideration. And I understand the comment about, I think it was the porch roof having a steep pitch, but this house literally will not be seen except for the front facade. There's a big, huge hedge in front of it and alongside of it. And so the concern for me is really just the front, and I think that looks very traditional. I appreciate having a chimney somewhere on the house. It looks like it needs a little more height, but
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay. Thank
I'll
How
go.
about you, Diane?
Okay, my only comment about the front is if they wanted to enlarge, if you want to enlarge those 3-door windows to not make them any wider than the front door, in, in width, total width. It's funny, I don't particularly mind them being, I like them being small the way they are. I don't mind them not having any shingles around them. I think they fit in nicely and not dominant over the first floor. So I would be very happy with a chimney back in the main building, whether it's fake or not, I guess. And I agree with Hashab on dropping the second part of that eve just enough so it makes a little more difference of how much you got. And on the other thing, they had a window on the front, uh, perhaps another window over there, which under the circumstances, I don't know what room that is to be, but I would like to see them, or at least see what they look like at the same size as the other two windows. The house in front that Sam owns is really old and historic. And if this is what you only thing you're going to see once you go by his main house, is I think it looks neat and cute, actually, terrible word, to that somebody might have built to fill in a second house. I think it's very neat and tidy. And the only other thing I would think of on the proposed south elevation is putting a window in the middle or two under those two windows up on the second floor. I don't know if that makes too much.
Stairwell.
Huh?
It's a stairwell.
Yeah, it is a stairwell. Well, I don't mind window on the stairwell. I have one, so I'm used to it. But anyway, that's what I would say. I think that it is a well-designed house to fit in there and answers almost all the questions.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you very much, Diane. John?
Yes, my comments, Mr. Chairman. I feel the structure is suitable for the neighborhood and the oversized windows on the front of the house, which is typical, we should have been doing for the last 40 years. You put the larger, taller windows on the first floor and the shorter ones on the second. Usually they go in dormers or in the second wall. That's how I feel we'll change this application, is make it suitable. Thank you.
Okay. Carrie, it sounds
I have where is she? A suggestion to just drop that right-hand wing. You could nearly drop that 6 inches so that the eave wouldn't line up. It's a closet. It's gonna have a lower height. It's not gonna hurt your design.
No.
It'll be a little bit salt boxy. And I think that would be my motion.
That's a motion. Okay, it's official, folks. Val has made a motion to approve this as submitted with one revision to the east elevation, that revision being to drop the eave to the right of the main mast down 6 inches. That is the motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Abby's in. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, John. I know you're in, John.
Aye.
Okay. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right, there you go. Here it is, one more. Back.
Mr. Chair, I'm back and I do have the drawings ready to share if you would like to.
Too late, Chip, we moved on. Okay. All right. What do you think? Should we be kind to Chip? All right, so let's go back to Cannonberry Lane for a second. Also, those of us on the ground have actually already seen this, but so.
And yeah, do I just share a screen?
Yeah, go for it, Chip.
Okay, did that come up?
Yes, sir.
All right. So these are a couple of street perspective views. I think these are useful in showing the sort of the organization of the massing here. As you can see, the main mass of the house, which has the front door and porch on it, is the most forward mass. The secondary mass to the left of that is set back a bit. And then this connecting piece is set back even further. So there's a sort of a clear hierarchy of how those masses relate to each other. I'm going to blow this up a little bit here. This is the east elevation, which faces the street. So over here, you can see the original submission, which was basically all glass, and the commission felt that that was too much. And that was why I did the research and shared the photos I did before. This is what we are now proposing there, which is more consistent with what is in Sconset. On this same elevation, there was a comment made on the second floor windows on the street side that originally were proposed to be smaller than the typical A windows. There was a suggestion that those should change to match the other typical A windows, which is, you can see here, we did make that change when we went from the smaller windows to matching the typical A window. We dropped it to 2 windows because it fit better in that gable space. The north elevation, which is sort of tangentially viewable from the street, there were 2 concerns the board. One of them was on this rear piece where we had proposed a sort of a long transom dormer and there was a chimney there. There were concerns on those elements, both of which have been removed. So there is no longer a chimney on that rear and there is no longer a transom element. You will note that we are proposing adding a porch off of that. It was not there. But probably the major concern that I took away from the board's first viewing was this section of the main mass on the north elevation where there were 2 comments, or actually 3 comments. One was we didn't have this side door centered on the dormer. There were members that felt that that should be centered. There was also, as you can see, a lot of shingle wall in here. So it was a suggestion to make these upper windows also the typical A window. You can see our new proposed elevation. We do have that symmetry on that middle element. We made the outer dormers the A windows. We kept the middle ones as the B because those are in a bathroom, but we increased the size of this overhang at the side and feel that that collectively sort of fills that in as a much more successful elevation as a result of that. Moving right along, this, the south elevation, there were no revisions to the front. There weren't any concerns there. We are proposing, we did remove the transom dormer from that rear piece as well, as you can see here. And again, you can see that new proposed porch. I want to point out that this is not visible at all because it's set back a large distance from the rest of it. And then this is the rear facing, and there's 0 visibility of any of this. We did change, just for consistency, the windows at the connecting link to match the front. We also matched that with these doors off of the bedroom instead of the full height glass. And we added a railing here. Val had pointed out in the original viewing that we needed a railing here because we have steps down into the basement there. And again, just to sort of reinforce that. I'll go back to these original two perspectives, and you can see that you don't see the would be the courtyard side of this element at all from the street. So with that, I will pull back to the primary elevations and turn over the board for comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have sconset advisory comments. They reviewed this on June 7th. Their comments were again about too much glass in the front. Recommendation to scale the windows down, that reads as the connector. There was a comment also about that they should follow, or Chip should follow Diane's comments, which were in the minutes. I don't really know what that comment were. Let's look. And then also have the flanking windows same as the ones in the gable, which are size A windows. So that would be in the connector here. Also recommendation, possibly having that as a single door and eliminate one of the doors. Instead of having the double door with two flanking windows. And then there was a recommendation of maybe eliminating the door completely and just having all windows. But it just, again, it seemed to be a lot of glass.
Okay. Thanks, Holly.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see. Board, once again, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val.
Well, I appreciate, Chip, a lot of the changes you made, taking the transoms, dormers out of that rear mass and simplifying it was a great idea. And the large, I think that was a chimney.
Oh, yeah.
That's no longer there. I do have a little concern about the rear porch that you're adding, maybe a hip roof there. Shallow hip roof or something, or just a shed would be more appropriate. It seems to sort of overwhelm the mass that it's connected to. And the connector piece we're talking about here, this is the elevation east that's going to face the street. And I think the pictures that you showed were great, but by and large, what occurred to me was that those were sunrooms that were filled in or porches that were filled in, and this doesn't read that way. So maybe if you had a shed roof come out in front of it and boxed it in, it may read a little differently. It's, yeah, not reading the same to me, and I think just something simpler. Simple is good.
Yes, simple is good. Thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yes. Okay. On the, could you go up 3 clicks, please?
Grow it up 3 notches.
How's that, John?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask you, up on my screen, there is, I don't know how, I can't get rid of them. I have Leaf, Doyle, Sunday, 45 Orange Landing, faux house, faux main house, and faux house.
John.
Nothing on my screen that relates to any of those houses. I don't know
John.
what's going on.
If I may, for the record, those are on Chip's computer. Just pay attention to the screen itself. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go a little further. There are 14, I guess they're bifold doors on this house. That's too much glass for those walls. So that should be changed.
John,
Check it out.
John, I have a feeling that you're looking at the wrong drawings here for some reason. Is that possible?
I can't figure this out.
Okay. Keep going, John. I'm sorry. John?
Okay, yes, explain to me, what is faux dash house HDC? it doesn't mean a thing. I don't know why I've got this house up here. Somebody's got a brand new house.
Yeah, so John,
I,
John,
yes,
all that stuff up at the top, you're looking at Chip Webster's computer. So those are all his file names.
Here, I'll just get rid of those just to clean that up. So there's no.
That would be good. All right, so keep going, John.
it probably would make a difference. So you go ahead with the meeting. I'm trying here to figure this out. So,
Okay, well, I'll come back to you, John, okay? How's that sound?
no, it's very, very irritating. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so Val.
So I begin?
Yeah, you did go.
I'm done, thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Diane, sorry.
Okay, what I would like to see him do on the north elevation at the front door. I think that is the front door, is it not?
No.
Chip,
No, through you, Mr. Chair, this is a side door here. This is the front door that faces the street.
okay,
And that
that's fine.
that shows a little better in this drawing here. So Diane, when you drive up Canterbury,
Yep.
that's kind of what you'd see. This is the main mass and that's the front door right there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, when you drive past, it's a side door there. Okay.
Very good. Well, I appreciate what you have done. I appreciate moving the windows around and the thing. The only thing I have sort of a question about what you're doing is the north elevation on the right-hand side. You have the covered porch, I guess, but you have taken out a window. I think that you had a window there originally. Yeah.
There we go.
And I don't know whether you need another one over on the right-hand side just before you get to the porch or not. Or, yeah, right there. That would be good. And you don't seem to have any space for a chimney. So I'm sorry to see that chimney go. But I appreciate what you've done and it seems to fit in on what we suggested be done. I don't see any clearing. I don't mind the sizes of the windows. And I just think there should be something over on the right-hand side on that north elevation. And I appreciate taking it out. Well, how wide is that porch?
Porch is
This porch here,
15 feet wide.
Well, I guess you could have that on the first floor. Is it on the north of, on the east elevation? Do you have a door going in there? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, through you, Mr. Chair, this is the main, the front door. This is a sort of the idea is that there's like a little sitting garden here that you could step out onto from this space towards the front. So that is why we are proposing this door here.
I don't know. I think that's probably where you could reduce the number of doors down to one and not take up that whole section in windows and doors. But other than that, I appreciate the upper windows coming down to 2, not 3. And so that is what I got to say, except I want your dragon. I really, really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thanks. Hey, John, I just want to check in with you again. Did you have anything further that you wanted to say about this? No. Okay, Chip, I'm going to just tell you, I agree with Diane on that. right-hand side of the north elevation, just before you get to the porch, adding a window there, just a blank wall. And I like Val's suggestion of reducing the pitch on the porch roof so that it's less tall. That's where I am. Anybody want to do a motion on this?
So, Mr. Chair, that both of those would be acceptable if,
Hey, Chip, what's the, thank you. What is the pitch currently on the porch roof?
the pitch on that porch roof is currently proposed as a 9. So if we dropped it, I would,
Shallower.
yeah, if we drop it, we could drop it to a 4, which also appears in other places on the house. I think that's a great suggestion, and would drop the height of that to about half. So you can see we have a 4 pitch here. We have 4 pitches here and here. So this, which is currently drawn as a 9, if we drop that to a 4, it would be about here.
Okay, Chip, thank you.
Make a motion to approve through staff. Changing the pitch on the portico to a 4 and 12, but a hip or a shed? A hip probably, yeah.
You okay with the hip?
Yeah, let me just think. So both a 4 and yes, we can make that work.
Oh.
Oh, you were just got that as a gable.
Yeah. It's a gable right
Yeah. Right.
now.
We're not gonna see
Yeah.
the back of this.
Yeah,
anyway, so,
exactly.
I think a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, okay. Surprise. All right, the motion is made to approve this as submitted. On that motion, let's see, make sure I get the right board here. Abby,
Aye.
okay, Diane,
Aye,
thank you.
aye.
John. Maybe we lost John. Huh?
Keep going.
You said he's there.
Yeah,
He's on mute.
you know, Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so the motion does carry, 4 in favor. And John, one last chance. If you can hear me, are you in favor of Val's motion?
Oh, Ray, this is all messed up. I'll pass on to the next one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the motion does carry, 4 in favor.
Zoom.
I know.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
So let's see, we're back to 10 and 12 Canterbury, right? Mirka, yeah. Well, everybody's on Zoom.
I know, I don't like this hybrid stuff.
No, I'm like.
Water,
less and less.
can I go first to tell her to water a plant on the Westchester job?
I did it. I can flood water. Well, yeah, it's going crazy. Okay. Mirka,
I'm here. Good evening. Can you hear me?
okay, so you need to water some plants on Westchester Street.
Well, they are going to be replaced for the new ones. Yeah, that's just.
Set up for a automatic sprinkling system, but I don't think it's turned on yet.
No, thank you, Abby. No, it was a bad batch. It's got burned on the way to Nantucket. We had a few trees we had to replace, so it will be replaced. they will not make it anyhow. But back to this one, I know you, and my apologies. I tried to make it tonight in person, and I appreciate you guys all are all there, and I will join you next time. I promise. This is the application for the pool, which is in the back, not visible. You were asking for a few more information on the vegetation which would be used to screen this property.
Yeah, right.
And in addition, you had a strong feeling about the size of the pool, which again, it's all the way in a bag tucked behind the building. Initially drafted, it was 54. I took 6 feet off to 48. So it's fully behind the building on the, I want to say north side. So that side got like a pulled back. And I think that was the most, the concern, the size, and just to show more information about the screening.
Right. Okay. Did this have Wisconsin?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
go ahead.
Sconset did take a look at this on June 7th. The comments are that the pool is still large and there are lots of, there is lots of hardscaping, but it's not visible from the public way.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Okay, so the board on this, folks, is myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. And do we have John? Hey, John?
I'm here.
Oh, you are there. Okay, good. You're on this application, okay? 10 and 12 Cannonbury. Pool.
Okay, my TV is yeah. My computer is not working functionally, all right? I got 4 centers up here on the top, agendas. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, yeah. John, my advice to you would be just to pay attention to the drawing down below, all that stuff.
This thing's 10 years old. Time for another one if I start saving. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, well. Okay.
Is public
Diane,
comment allowed?
Was that you, John?
No, it's me. It's Tris Damon.
I can't hear it. I'm on 1012 Canterbury Lane on the screen.
That's good. That's good, Johnny.
Okay, hang on a second.
Okay.
Chris Damon?
You want comments on it?
Not yet.
Well, no, apparently we have either a neighbor or an applicant. I can't tell which.
I think what's presented there is suitable for approval.
All right, John, thank you for that, but Tris Damon? Oh, it's your brother? Okay, Tris Damon, oh, I know.
Am I allowed to make a comment?
Tris Damon,
Yes.
you are. So we know that your name is Tris Damon. Can you give your address for the record, please?
12 New Mill Street.
We're in Wisconsin.
Yeah, we're in Wisconsin.
Well, does it really make any difference where the privet doesn't grow in the winter? I don't understand why people use vegetation to protect things when a lot of the winter the vegetation is leafless.
Well, okay, we have taken that into account as a board, and privet, as you know, is deciduous. So that's one of the things that we consider, which is why Mirka is back with evergreen vegetation. And we also append, whenever there's a pool, we always append a stipulation that it's not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter to protect ourselves.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So John, you're all set. How about you, Diane?
Yeah, I would like to say whether that the length of the pool, which I believe is 48 feet long, is longer than any part of the building, the house. And I find that whether you can see it or not, that is that isn't even including the spa. I think it's too long for the place.
Okay,
It,
That was my feeling as well, and that's all I have.
thank you, Diane. Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Carrie.
I mean, it is very long, but I believe that it will be made invisible by buildings and the plantings and the fact that it's from the road. There's burns, there's plants, there's buildings.
Is that it?
Yes.
I share Carrie's opinion of this, that it's behind the building. Yes, it's a long pool, but it's gonna be completely screened. So I'm okay with this application. You know, where this goes is anybody's guess. Would somebody like to make a motion on it?
I would motion to approve with the stipulation that it is invisible in perpetuity.
Okay,
If what is shown is not doing the job.
right, okay. Carrie's motion is to approve this with the stipulation that it's invisible from public way at the time of inspection and thereafter. On that motion, Abby.
Oh, could I clarify something just
Yeah,
in
go
between?
ahead.
So the thing is that the driveway is at the bottom of the locust, right? And you come in, and now the Canterbury is to the right of that?
Correct.
Yes.
So if you're driving down Canterbury and you look down the driveway, there is a possibility, I know you said in perpetuity, but I'm a little, I don't know what these plants are, and I don't know, I mean, I really don't want to see that pool, so I'm a little worried about that, so I'll abstain.
Okay, so that's one abstention.
If I, can I just say one thing? Because I'm reading a berm on the.
Yeah, there is a
side
berm.
That's 6 feet tall at its highest point.
Yeah.
From 2 to 4 feet,
Between
so
the road and.
as well as between the driveway and the pool. There are no numbers on it for elevation of that berm, but looks like they're berming twice. One at the roadside and one on the other side of the driveway.
But are you still an abstention?
Yeah, because, I mean, I just wanted clarification on that vegetation.
Well, if I may follow up, Abby, first, thank you for Carrie to, yeah, there's a land form helping with the initial screening, but then all planting is on the bottom of this page where would be fully natural buffer recreated as needed to enhance the screening. And these are all native plants, Bayberry viburnum, some holly, American hollies, hawthorns, just to make sure that, you know, we plant what we have there.
Okay.
Just in addition.
Didn't we finish voting?
Mirka, we're in the middle of a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Abby, you've abstained. Diane,
Abstain.
abstain. John.
I'm in favor.
Okay, John's in favor. Carry on your motion. And I'm in favor. So that means the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Thank you, Mirka. All right. Joseph, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Your board on this, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. Okay, we've got our drawings down here, Joe. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like you got your stuff up on the screen too, so I think you can move forward.
Okay. So originally, looking at the east elevation, we had a garage to the north of the property. And we've decided to change that to a family room. So we removed the garage doors, added a window. The one thing is the bulkhead came to the front of the property, and at 12 Low Place, and going backwards, 10, and at 4 Low Place, there are bulkheads to the side. So that was one concern that the advisory board had. So I was wondering if I rotated that 90 degrees and screened it, if that would be acceptable. The other comment that Mickey made that I really enjoyed was the front little additive mask that we put on. We have the rock face foundation. We were hoping to put a wood skirt at that like sunroom element. But to answer your comments from last time, we lowered the ridge 11 inches. I rotated that garage gable, which I think helps in the massing. And as we swing around to the south, I went back to that kind of salt box image or layout of the gable, and that helped lower this ridge 11 inches. There was one comment to go a little bit lower, but as you know, the dormer heights and the second floor rear dormer, I have to get an egress window. So that kind of is holding that ridge height to the 25 feet. And the other thing is when someone has a complaint about the height on Low Place, a lot of them are the gable ends facing the street. And where this gable is running parallel to the street, I don't think it's going to have the same impact. So that was one thing. The other concern you all had was to take the flush dormer on the west elevation and recess that in, and I've done that. And that was pretty much all of your concerns. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Joe, a few things now. Holly first.
Yes, sir. HSAB did take a look at this on June 7th. I will notate that there were an abutter in attendance who mentioned that it was still tall, but appreciate some of the changes. Generally okay with the changes, would prefer to see vertical board at the foundation below the porch rather than block. Try to reduce the pitch to the original 7 or so pitch. Drop the plate of the north addition. And then the comment about the bulkhead should not go in the front where it's placed. And those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Joe?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing that you want to move the bulkhead from the east, also known as the front, to the north side, right?
Yes, and that would match the same detail that's at 12 Low Place. It's a common detail on this street, or was in some of the houses.
You mean the bulkhead off to the side?
Correct.
Right, okay. Thank you, Holly. Now, is there anybody on Zoom or in the room that wants to speak on this application? See anybody on Zoom? If there was somebody present, the advisor.
Yeah. Someone's chiming in.
Okay, I'll move it forward. If somebody shows up. we can let you know. All right, so myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. Who wants to start?
Okay.
Great, thank you.
I think what he's done has made a huge difference. The gable change, the roof drop, the imbalanced main roof, I think really reads as bungalow on the side. It's just, yeah, the change to me makes such a huge difference. Even though it dropped just a foot, I don't think this building reads as tall. That's all I got. I think I really appreciate how you came about trying to keep this bungalow. The rear dormer on the west, brilliant.
Abby.
Yeah, I think it's charming and appropriate for a Low Place, and I think you've done a great job. And did HSAB say that they would rather see vertical board instead of the rock face? Because I think you've done such a great job. I think to take it that one more step and do just the vertical would really make it, take it away from that depression era sort of look of the rock. Just do the vertical.
Thanks, Abby. Diane?
I agree with Abby on getting rid of the block and having the vertical board. Otherwise, I think he's answered all the questions that we had. I appreciate the drop in the height. And it's good. I think it will be in addition to Lowell Place.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The house fits into the neighborhood in size and appropriation of it. My one of the few comments was the front door, east elevation, should be changed to a six panel door or better than what's there. The rest of it, it looks fine. I grew up in that house with my aunt and uncle, so it's a nice house, nice little cottage, nice size. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Hey, Joe,
Yes, sir.
what is that door we're looking at?
It actually is the original doorway that we pulled from the original base. It's a glass door.
Okay, that's defense for that one, definitely.
Yeah, sorry.
That actually looks just like the front door of my house right now.
Yes, very similar, Ray.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Joe. And the only thing that I want to add is I did like the idea of moving the bulkhead off of the east elevation to the north elevation. Sounds like you're amenable to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll make a motion.
Do they have the, have they changed the rock face to vertical board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's good. For
Okay, all right, I'll make that motion, then to approve, changing the rock face to vertical board.
And can you move the bulkhead from the east to the north?
Yes.
Okay.
And include that.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the motion. On Abby's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Thanks.
All right, Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Very good, Joe, thanks.
Thank you all.
Good job.
Okay.
Good job.
Now we got the Val Oliver out.
No.
Oh, boy, let's
two.
give her hell.
Yeah, that's good.
These are old business.
Let's see, have we checked the board to see how you're doing on that? So you actually are. Yeah, you are. Not everybody. Yeah. Okay, so the board on the next one is myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. All of us are here. So Val, go for it.
Okay. When I first brought this in, HSAB hadn't looked at it, and then they reviewed it, and based on their comments, I came for the first review with some revisions to address their concerns, which I shared with you on the screen. And I think by and large, everybody agreed with those changes. And then everyone made some minor comments. It seemed as though it was more just cleaning up the drawings and bringing in the whole package as was amended by HSAB. So on the south, the concern from HSAB was that it looked like it was a duplex. So we widened the porch and made the new front door, which is on the new mass, centered and more appropriate as a front door. The garage mass was pushed 4 feet back from the main mass, which was another concern. It was almost flush. We changed the dormers to gable to match the existing house. I know there was concern with the smaller windows on the new mass that is a kitchen. So I'm proposing, in addition to railing, having some window boxes there so that they don't seem as small. Line the porch, center of the front door, and I changed the existing front door to a 15 light with a panel so that it didn't have two competing front doors. There was no comments or concerns expressed for the rear or the right, based on the visibility and the vegetation that's proposed by Lindsay in his swimming pool plan. So it really was the front facade and to push the garage back so that it was less prominent to what's proposed as the new front mass. That was it.
Okay.
And I don't know, Holly, did they review it again?
They reviewed it on June 7th.
Was that the first one where they made the comments?
That was last week. I don't
Oh,
remember.
okay.
I'm
mixed up.
Hey, I understand. So they did review and they said that they still see two front doors and the garage still seems forward of the front door on the main mass. And as shown on the floor plan here, they did talk about, recommending pushing this back about 4 feet. Having the garage maybe pushed back a little bit, seemed to have room in the back, understood why the garage is there for wanting the car to be parked back there in the, out in the backyard. And there was also a comment on the rear for making the dormer to be a gable. But over here versus having it as a shed. But obviously it's not gonna be visible.
Where, Holly?
On the
On
rear?
that rear. Yeah. Other than that, those were their comments, more on that garage being forward.
So that garage on the front was pushed back 4 feet.
4 feet, yeah, it's still
So
like
they're wanting
2
to go
feet.
back another 4 feet?
Unless does this revise based on their comments this past
Yeah.
time? Oh,
No, not
Oh,
this
okay.
last one. It's,
Okay.
it's still like 2 feet proud of the front door. I'd rather just move the front door flush with it then, but that kind of
There was
defeats.
a lot of talk here of having I guess the front of the garage door still being forward of this entry.
Okay,
That was
Now
more of their comment.
so Val,
Yo,
your garage door used to be 4 feet even further south than it's showing right now, right?
correct.
Okay, so you pushed it back halfway, basically.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, on the proposed addition, at least up here, you show that far left gable dormer on the far left on the second floor as being a gable, and here it's still a shed. So.
Sorry?
This, on this, what?
That's the old plan. Keep going, another page.
I don't have another one, but I just.
So that's the first plan, Ab. So look at the thing on the
Yeah,
screen.
So I think that looks great, Val. I think it looks really good, and I think you put two houses together and you made them one, and I think it's hugely successful. So you
Thank you.
get my vote.
Okay, great. Let's see, and are you on this?
I am, and I agree that I liked it the first round with a few little tweaks and we tweaked them and it looks really nice.
Great, okay. Thank you, Karen. Diane, how about you?
Can I see the front elevation as it was before? The south elevation?
Yeah, it's in the corner. Yeah.
So I'm okay with your new proposal. And you're gonna move the garage back? what, 2 more feet, or you're gonna do the front
Take
door?
back 4 feet from where it was before. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
You good?
Well, I think that's a good addition. I think it's kept the feeling of the house surprisingly with the additional places. So I would go along with it now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. John, how about you?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What?
Oh, you want comments? Yes.
Yeah.
As I hit a range in lane, I find that the one front door, all right, which one is the front door? The one on the left or the one on the right?
Left.
Left.
Yes. Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah, I think everything in here is appropriate. You don't have any sliding doors towards the road, so I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
All right, so Abby has just made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Carrie.
And just to note that the sets are a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess I
Yeah.
have to make a new front page
Okay, so
copy.
Carrie's in. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Hi.
very good. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Good. And now you got another one, right, Val?
Yeah, it's
Oh, my goodness.
Gray Lady off of Bartlett. And it's very similar to a lot of other buildings in there. And your comments for revisions were to make the windows on the second floor bigger to match the first floor and make the gable window smaller, which I did. And the porch roof steeper. So those were the requests.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, kids. What do we think?
I'll start if you want.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I go along with what she did. I appreciate the windows up above. I think they are good. I think the window up in the gable is better than the surprisingly the 6/1. I think that it fulfills all our requirements. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, who else?
And they lined up on the east where they didn't before.
Yeah.
Abby, you're on this.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it right now. The only thing that looks odd to me is that the light in the gable, I've never seen one with that.
6 light.
Yeah, I'd rather just see a 2/2.
A 4 light?
Yeah, even though it goes with the other windows, I think it looks a little odd.
Yeah, how about a 4 light?
It's fine.
I think that's.
4 light. Yeah, okay. Good, on both ends.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Carrie.
I have no other comments. I think maybe.
Okay, good. John.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I find this is appropriate for the neighborhood. I think the height, what is the height, 30 feet? I can't read it.
Yes, Johnny, 30 feet.
It's right to the top, yeah, okay. Outdoor shower. I think what is there is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have lift off.
I'll make a motion to approve making the window in the gable a 4 light, both gables.
That would be all 3 then.
Okay, all 3.
No, I mean, it's only 2 gables have the window.
Back to 2.
No, left, right, and front.
Okay, 3 gables, sorry, to 4 lights. Thank
Okay.
you, Abby.
Yes.
That's Abby's motion. approve with the gable windows going to 4 lights. Let's see, on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks, Oliver. Well, I see you got a huge block coming up momentarily. Okay, Linda Williams, there you are.
We're meant to be on my sweatpants at home.
Oh, you're not on that. That's all right. Yes, you are. It's freezing. Oh, well, okay, that would be a blessing. Okay, so Linda, on this application, actually on all 3 of your applications, for the next 3 applications, it's myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Are we on the house? Okay.
Yeah.
As you can see, they made some changes. I don't have a small copy of it here, but they made, the roof was too long. So they changed it. You can see the previous submittal below the large copies. And I believe Abby was out there and the packet I gave you showed you more pictures of the neighborhood context. And now granted, at one point, things out on the boulevard area were sort of small, but then that's gone by the wayside. There are very large houses out there, but in this particular area on this end of Monahasset and Waterview, they're sizable structures. So I gave you the map. That's the guy next door. So I gave you a map. No, that's all right. That's the guy next door. There's the lot. They're all numbered as to where the pictures are below it, where I took them from. All of those houses are very large houses, some actually larger than ours. It's just the way that section, when it was opened up some years ago, after the boulevard was already constructed, this whole area was larger houses because they're a little bit larger lots. That's attractive, but that's across the street. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. It's full view of the road. I took these right from the road. That's the one right in the corner from us on this cul-de-sac. That's at the end of Monahasset, right next to us on the other side of the guy with the pool. So those are all what we're dealing with out there. And there's the aerial of the guy next door. We're to the right. Yeah. And that's his backyard, which is ours, is almost identical to his backyard. That's the stuff that he uses back there. The thing dropped off the page, but in the handout I just gave you is the last page. Somehow it disappeared off that back page, but the back page of that has the last house. That's the guy next door. He also has the white clapboard under his porch.
Is that what you're requesting? Is that why it's in here?
It's in there because we had originally had a lot of it around the front door underneath that porch. We have since taken off the rather unusual side lights and replaced it with the windows, but we'd like the whatever is showing in that little inset under the porch to be a white clapboard. But otherwise, I think it fits in with the neighborhood. It's very hard to see. I gave you the first couple of pictures are from the road. They have no intention of cutting down anything between them and the road except for the driveway. And the next one, we'll show you where we changed the screening because Diane wasn't happy with Leland, so we replaced him with something the deer don't eat.
I've got some other things to say too.
I'm ready to. What is the thing over the front door?
It's like a pent roof, almost. It's an inset.
Flat, it looks like it's 3 skylights.
I don't think so. I can't see it.
Right here. That's the second floor looking over the porch.
No. It's a pergola.
That's a pergola?
Look at the north elevation. It's a pergola. It's a pergola with 3 bars.
Yeah, 3 bars instead of a lot of bars. You can't really get more than a couple in there anyway, it's such a small space.
So I'm ready with.
Diane,
Yes?
were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say why, when they have the room, is there no additive massing to this box? The houses out there, and I know them well because I delivered mail to them for 25 years, are all Lily Baker's house, Rob Van Campen's house, Ray's house. They all are additive massing. There's no additive massing except one porch that sticks out. This is ridiculous. They've got enough room to push some of it out rather than having it all on the second floor. It looks like a house at Wally Land than house out on Monahasset, which is supposed to adapt to the neighborhood. It doesn't have heavy vegetation there. It has typical vegetation going down to the beach. It's sparse, some of it's pine, but that house has to be broken down into some additive massing, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not sure she has the packet. It was emailed to her.
I had the pack. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. I'm sure you do. Was that it, Diane?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, very good. Abby?
Yeah, so I went out here a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and yeah, it's completely wooded. I mean, it sits nicely on the site. It's got 20 feet on one side of it, 40 feet on the other. That's pretty ample. So I think it would be pretty easy to drop a foot out of the height or two, if that would appease Diane. I personally, I don't think you're going to see anything on the first floor for sure. So the anomaly of having clapboard on the front or having inset pergolas, I don't think you're going to see those things. Tiny bit worried about the black sash and the white trim, but I'd like to hear what my other board members have to say.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Val, you ready?
Sure. There are things about this I appreciate. For instance, on the north, taking that long main mass and cutting it back and setting the little connector roof in between the 2 gables brought the stature down, I think. I'm wondering, and I like the little bump on the front. I'm wondering to give sort of an additive mass feeling, which a lot of those houses don't have except for porches. Instead of a pergola over the front door, to make that a roof.
Okay.
And the pergola on the side, making that a roof would mitigate the west somewhat. Yeah, the west.
Yeah.
And
That's the walk down, Val, I think.
No,
no, it's next to it.
she's suggesting in the case of the front, the entry,
Yep, I got that one.
which instead of a pergola, have it become a porch, and on the west, ditto. Instead of it being a pergola, have it be a porch, and then you would get more roof. Go ahead.
So just leaving the east elevation is one long facade, but maybe taking that little bump around the corner, I don't know, and doing something with that, but I think it's come a long way from its first inception. My concern is the black windows with the white
White
sash.
trim,
That's
yeah.
an in-town sort of formal thing, so maybe make them all white or make the trim natural or gray.
Okay.
Thanks, Val. John, how about you?
Yes, thank you. What is the height of the structure?
The height is 26 feet, 4 inches, John.
30 feet?
No, no, no.
No,
26.
we took it down from 30.
26.
It's shorter than some of them.
Okay, that's one comment. Is there a cellarway?
A cellarway, yes, there is.
Okay,
You can see it on the west elevation.
okay, I got you. Okay, thank you. I think that the house is appropriate for its viewability. Thank you.
All right, John, thanks. So I like the idea of taking those pergolas and turning them into porches. I think that's a terrific idea that gets to Diane's point about additive massing. And it will tend to ground the building. Also think, all in all, 26 feet, not so bad out there. There's a lot of full 2-story buildings there. And I'd love to see some concession on the sash color, like gray or something, because whoever said black and white is kind of an in-town thing was absolutely right.
Can we, if that's amenable, we can change the sash color and go white on white. If they want to do something else, I'll come back, and we'll add the porch roofs. Can we do that through staff? We waited 6 weeks.
I'd like to move this off. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? that
I will.
encapsulates all that?
I would make a motion to approve the staff with the following changes. On the north elevation, the pergola over the front door to become a porch. And the pergola on
West.
the west to also become a porch. And the color of the trim, the sash changed to white
Okey dokey.
instead of black.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Val. Okay, so on Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Diane?
No.
Oh, you're opposed. Okay. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. I got you, Abby, right?
Yes.
Okay, Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Next up, Linda.
I think it's the pool. The only issue that was outstanding on the pool was that walkway easement, which isn't accessible anymore because of the way they did the subdivision. And we took the Lelands out because Diane said the deer would just emasculate them, which they will. And we put different plantings in there that the
Cleaning
deer
out the
don't eat, and we made it thicker.
Who's on the floor?
Holly, do you have the right plan up there? There were 2 plans. One was not correct.
I have a comment.
That's correct. If you can't read it up there, that little thing on the left says no Lelands and beefed up screening.
So,
Okay.
sorry, Linda, it is determined that that's a public way, that
It's not a public way, it's the butters access. And unfortunately, the way they did the subdivision, see where they put the L up there? You can't even get to it anymore. I don't know what happened over here when they did the subdivision. It only benefits the guys that are on the north side. So they actually can get to it from the north side lot.
very difficult for anybody else to get to it because they would have to cross over from the end of the
So
road.
it's basically an exclusive use easement for the benefit of people to the north.
Pretty much.
So not public.
Well, 'cause you can't get-
Is that what this pure Satwood thing is? There's that,
Something
there's that.
from-
No, this is from the neighbor.
Yeah, that's from Dan Bailey. What we've done is augmented all the screening going up that left side and we've taken the Leland cycles out. We don't want to see them and they don't want to see us.
What's that? I don't think
No.
it's, always the
We've
only-
been going back and forth, which is generally.
So the easement's in the last page of that handout that you read. A copy of it.
And I've looked at the deeds.
Well, there it is.
I've looked at everybody's deeds on this one.
Okay.
So that's pretty much where we are. It's not visible from a travel road. And we're gonna make sure it's not visible from whatever comes down the back. It's very similar to the ones I gave you the pictures of from the down the street.
Thanks, Linda. Okay. Who would like to start on the pool?
I will. I was out at this site a month ago and it's pretty well wooded on either side. So I don't think we're gonna see it. And they've also added screening in the form of trees. I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, thanks.
It's about 100 feet off the road too.
All right, Val?
The purview that we have, I think it meets the criteria with our caveat.
Diane?
I'm ready.
Okay, John, if you're on, go ahead.
Okay, my comment, just going up on Waterview Drive. I find the structure, anything above the first floor will possibly be visible
Hey,
from.
John?
Yeah,
John, we're reviewing the pool right now, which is a grade.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You okay with the pool?
Yes, I see the pool. I find no problem with it. I don't think it'll be visible.
Okay,
All depends what you got around it is what counts. Thank you.
all right, thanks, John. Diane, you there?
Yes. I just,
Okay.
I think my only question was, is that again a public way going down on the side?
Okay, so Diane, if you missed that part of the conversation, that purple striped easement on
Yeah.
the left-hand side of the page is an exclusive use easement for the neighbor who's to the north of the property, so only one.
Okay,
Well, it's
I thought
anybody,
that-
Ray, it's anybody coming down that direction, but they have to go through private property to actually get to it anymore. So it's,
Oh, like, I couldn't go there.
if you wanted to,
Okay,
we'd let you.
Diane.
okay, no, I don't have any problem. I think the size of the pool is much more appropriate than some of the ones that we've had, and it should not be seen there with the vegetation. As long as you keep it not feeding the deer, it will be good. Thank you.
Okay, I think we motion this one for approval.
Motion to approve.
You want to do the stipulation?
Yeah, not visible at the time of
Oh,
inspection.
yes, yeah, yes.
Okay, so Abby has made a motion to approve this with a stipulation that it's not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, John.
Thank
Okay, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, one more, with that new mill. AC turns on. Well, somebody said, I'm like seriously. freezing.
Want me to get your blanket out of my car?
You gotta wear
Yes.
socks, but I know how to change.
Yeah, he also came in.
Oh, you know how to turn it up?
He's not free.
Wow,
Andrew,
okay.
okay, good.
All right. New mill.
Yeah.
Board on this, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val.
Okay. You're going to hear a lot more complaints this evening afterwards. But the issue is, does it have any impact on anything 6 feet below grade? Then you're going to hear about a tree. I had our tree guy from the town go look at the tree, which is not in the HDC's purview. We are going to move it, just so you know, if we could do that through staff, we're going to move it another 3 feet and probably 3 inches forward to get away from the tree. It is a diseased, the one in the back. It's not our tree. It actually is on, I believe, 17, and it is, according to the town arborist, it is the one on the right, all the way to the right. It is a diseased sycamore maple, which is an invasive tree. It is already diseased. At some point, it will decide to not be there anymore on its own. But the roots do come underneath the fence onto our property. And so just for safety's sake, we're going to move the 10 feet away, which is what they require of a town tree separation. So we're going to move it another 3 feet and 3 inches, I think, forward towards the driveway, end of the driveway. So it gets a little bit farther away from it. But he says you can't move it, you can't transplant it, you can't use saplings off of it. It's a disease, not an invasive tree, which is not allowed on Nantucket. But there are quite a few of them around, but they're just going to all sort of at some point disintegrate, and it will just have to go its natural route or taken down. We've made some changes to it. They keep harking back to the HSAB comments from a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months at this point, which aren't relevant because we dropped 5.5 feet out of the height. We dropped a significant amount off the stairway in the back. And the only visible parts of this structure are standing dead center of the driveway going to this structure from New Mill. So it has no negative impact on anything on New Mill. It doesn't also have any impact on anything on Mill. It's 140 or 50 feet away from New Mill or from Mill Street, visible only marginally between 17 and 15. No impact on those structures. They're 70 and 80 feet away from their decks. And it's going to be 6 feet below New Mill, let alone 6 feet below the grade on New Mill Street. So you're just going to see the very top and maybe the top of that door from New Mill at 150 feet away. So what we did do to the design is add the pent roof that was suggested by one of the members. It did make it much better. We added the more carriage type doors. We added the shutters, and I believe there was a 12/12 on the front that was taken off for a 6/6, which was also suggested by the board. It's an insignificant structure. It's a very simple house that it's attached to. It cannot be seen basically until you stand at the driveway. Again, as I said, it's 23 feet high. It is a 1-bedroom apartment for the owner and her son and her husband to come stay in when they want to. It will be winterized according to current codes. So it's hard to say how this is destructive when you look at some of the ancillary structures on Mill Street, which have no architectural integrity. And we're not here dealing with whether it's rented or not. That's come up at the planning board again and here. And it's nothing to do with this HDC, nor is the tree, nor are the driveways. We're before the planning board on the driveway aspect of this. I do believe Stephanie Vezel is here. I can't really read it from here on Zoom. And she'd like to speak to this when it's appropriate, when the chairman thinks it's appropriate. But I'd also like to rebut anything that is said for the umpteenth time at this meeting and that I've had to deal with at the planning board, because I'm 38 years of dealing with town government and on at least 30 or 40 boards, and this one. I have never seen this type of objections presented on any plan in the OHD. So I'm getting awfully tired of it, but maybe that's the point, because it's dragged out too long on a simple structure that doesn't have any street presence or any lack of, or any tragic impact on anything in that neighborhood. And I'm sorry if I come off a little strong, but this has been going on for quite a while. There's been a lot going on in between. And there's been a lot going on at the planning board. So we've been at this particular problem for a while, and I'd appreciate it if I could rebut that, if that comes up. But I'd also appreciate the board not entertaining a rehash of what's already been said.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, HSAB has looked at this 3 times. They last looked at this on June 7th, these plans before you. Do want to notate for the record that this is to, in addition to the existing 1977 infill main dwelling. There are very few changes to the proposed plans. The massing is still of a concern. Small barns and outbuildings were not uncommon downtown, but generally had narrower proportions. Reducing the width by a couple of feet would make a big difference in the proportion of the front facade to give it the appearance of an outbuilding. This will cramp the floor plan, but is doable and not the primary concern of the HDC. Reducing the width will lower the height. Stairs will be visible and not appropriate. Looks like a garage with an apartment above. Looking at the site plan, it is large relative to the house. Other changes to make it feel more like a traditional outbuilding would be 12/12 windows, 9 or 12 light sash, asymmetrical fenestration, change the garage doors to a sliding batten door style barn door and move it to one side, remove the garage door hood and break up the shed dormers into a couple shorter ones. I will notate that on the first review, I did mention to the agent about changing that window in the gable to a 6/6 instead of what was proposed, which I think was a 12 light. And also change the door that's visible to a 9 light with a panel, which was done.
Oh, I
Those are
forgot
the
about that one.
comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I respond quickly? These are suggestions that were made by the board, which is what we did, on top of the fact that the sides are not visible. And I gave you the photographic evidence that they're not visible from New Dollar, Mill, or Prospect, or Milk. And so the sides are not visible, and all you're going to see is profile from standing at the driveway.
Okay, thank you. Now, yes. For those of you on Zoom, there are people on Zoom for this, right?
I think there are 2.
Okay, so people on Zoom, hang on one second. I'm gonna take people in the room first. So.
You can go to that one.
No, I'd like to be there, please. Linda? I'm Ann Lingaman Davis, and I live at 15 Mill Street. I'm an abutter to 8 New Mill. I'd like to first establish that that the proposed structure will be fully visible from Mill Street. I'd also like to say that Mill Street is a public traveled way.
Yes.
I have a couple photos that I'd like to share with the board. This one was taken in the winter time. And it shows the structure across the street from the proposed site. That's across the street on New Mill. And it's from the Pony Fields. So it's quite visible. And then I also have a picture I took when I arrived in early April of showing the shell driveway, showing David Poor's fence,
and where the structure will be in the site. So I just think there's no doubt that in my mind that this is visible from Mill Street. I'd like to also say that the photos from the paid advocate are misleading. They're taken at an angle. They're like different structures with different addresses on them. I hope you all had a chance to visit the site at some point. And I appreciate being heard today. I listened really carefully to the 3 HSAB meetings, and I re-listened to the HDC meeting. And there has been a consistent discussion at these meetings about reducing the size of the chunky structure. And that was brought up at the last June 7th meeting, which is reviewing these plans specifically. There's also been a discussion at all of these meetings about moving the stairs into the interior of the building. These are the exterior stairs that are going to be visible from Mill Street. There also is a deck that is, I think, 55 square feet that's on the second floor that will also be visible from Mill Street. There's been a push to, and a discussion of potentially pulling the dormers back, reducing them in size, splitting them up. None of these changes were incorporated into the design. And, you know, I think that that's not right. I'm disappointed as an abutter to see that these changes were not brought forward. I'd like to end my discussion here with an excerpt from my new favorite summer read, which is Building with Nantucket in Mind, which I seem to be turning to a lot lately with all this activity on Mill Street and New Mill. When property owners build only with the concern for their own aspirations and advantage, the result often is a structure that does not belong with the historic environment, an image of the island, and hence diminishes Nantucket's attractiveness and unity. Thank you so much for taking all the time that you do and great care in reviewing these projects. I really appreciate your hard work. And I know from sitting at these meetings how much work it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
On Mill Street and now from, maybe not from my.
Oh, sorry. Just, would you mind going to the microphone? I can hear you just fine, but just for the record. Sorry.
I'm Janet Bailey, and I live at 11 Mill Street on the corner of New Dollar Lane. And we are lucky enough to have these nice yards, but these yards are going to be taken over, and we are going to be able to, that structure will be visible from our property. Maybe not the people that drive by our house, but certainly it will be when they're driving by New Dollar Lane and Mill Street. And I applaud Ann's work.
Thank you.
If I could, am I allowed to speak after?
Wait, hang on one second. Anyone else here want to speak? Oh, God. I'm sorry. Problem with this.
I'm Sam Bailey, and I'm Janet's husband. And I know for a fact that the Poors, who were Ann's neighbor, and the the Stranges, who are the next house on Mill Street, from the Poor's house, they are their backyards are fronting from the house in New Mill Street, and they are very much opposed to this project.
Okay, thank you. All right, that covers the room, right? Okay, so if you're on Zoom right now, listening in on this, and you'd like to speak, what you want to do is unmute and give your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, this is Patricia Beilman.
Oh, hi, Pat.
Hi, Ray. My husband, David Poor, and I live at 17 Mill Street, which abuts the backyard of 8 New Mill Street. We have sent you comments by email and have spoken at several meetings regarding the proposed garage apartment. To be clear, we support our neighbor's right to build a second structure as long as it is within the appropriate guidelines. Having seen the latest revision of the proposed structure, it appears the architect has responded to very few of the objections voiced by the HSAB or the HDC. These objections have been noted before and were just eloquently expressed by Ann Davis. I will focus on a new issue. There is a substantial tree on our property just inside the lot line whose roots extend far into the property of 8 New Mill Street. If the roots are damaged, the tree would die, therefore affecting the natural context of the neighborhood. This is not a frivolous or capricious point. The abutter response guidelines state in the HDC abutter notification policy that the statutory purview of the HDC includes, quote, the appearance of a proposal from the public traveled way and its impact on the existing historic and natural context, end of quote. What is a tree that frames this historic open view across the yard, if not a part of the natural context? We sought the opinion of Nantucket tree warden and member of the Tree Advisory Committee, Dave Shampoo, regarding this issue. When asked whether if the proposed structure were built as proposed, construction would harm the tree and its roots, causing the tree to die and thereby affecting the natural context of the neighborhood, Mr. Shampoo replied, included with his permission, quote, certainly the tree would fit the existing context. It's a beautiful and significant specimen. The minimum distance from the property line should be at least 20 feet to preserve the root system. The excavation of the foundation should be preceded by the installation of steel sheathing at that distance, so there is no overdig. I think if the HDC allows this project as proposed, you would have a strong case for property damages, end of quote. We respectfully submit that you seriously consider, 1, the HSAB findings and the emissions in the latest drawings, and 2, Dave Shampoo's expertise and recommendations. And I've also sent in 4 photos of the tree. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Pat. Anyone else?
Am I allowed to speak as the owner of New Street?
Uh-oh. Could you say that again?
This is Stephanie Vasily, the owner of 8 Maple Street.
Okay. Yep.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yeah.
Great. So first off, I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to this case. I know this has become incredibly contentious, and this is not at all what I had intended when I'm looking to have a 1-car garage for my Jeep and a 1-bedroom apartment for my husband, my son, and I. I feel that through this process, a lot of things have become incredibly muddy. And while I appreciate my neighbors are saying that they don't object to me having a second structure, the attacks have been personal and the attacks have been extreme, and they've been coming through different forms, attacking my moral character, blaming me for possible flooding on the street, the traffic congestion in Nantucket, and possibly even global warming at this point. I probably and ignorantly pulled plans off of the internet because I was told just to present a very simple plan for a garage. And so I just pulled them off the internet and had a local architect draw them up. My experience with HTC in the past has always been very positive. When I did my windows and my siding and my doors and my roof, I went to the HDC with what I wanted to do, and they worked with me and we got it done. So I didn't think that it would be any different in this process but it's obviously become something a lot more contentious. I've been asked if I'm moving people's property states. I've been asked a lot of really kind of terrible questions that go way beyond the size and structure of the property. That all being said, I am more than happy to listen to whatever changes you need to make. Again, functionality is what I'm looking for. A 1-bedroom apartment with a 1-car garage below. So I want to thank you very much. And I'm sorry this is taking up as much time as it has on the planning board and with HSAB and with HDC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I possibly speak now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
my name is Annabelle Folks and I live at 5 New Dollar Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to say that I spent a great deal of time renovating my house 10 years ago. And at the time, the HDC barely allowed me to lift it and pour a foundation. I did not change the size or structure of my house, but I had to send rocks off island to have them chipped to look like a natural rubble foundation. So while I understand the desire to have a 1-bedroom apartment above the garage, I feel like we've all worked very hard to protect our neighborhood. I live in a Quaker house, and from my backyard, it's one thing to be visible from the street, and it's another thing to be visible from someone's yard. I live next door to the Baileys. They have restored their home beautifully and protected it. And I think that we need to protect this neighborhood. And this building is setting a precedent. And while I understand the desire for a 1-bedroom, 1-car garage, there are limitations. So I just wanted to speak my part. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I reserve the right to just have a comment about some of these.
Anyone else?
Ray, I'm just interested whether or not, David Poor, whether we're able to then rebut the paid advocate or not, or does that end it there?
No, I don't want to get into too much of that back and forth.
I didn't hear that. I'd like to hear that.
Who wants to rebut your rebuttal?
No, that's fine, Ray.
I'm
Thank you.
tired of this word paid advocate.
The right to rebut.
Yeah.
his rebuttal to your rebuttal.
Can I just
So
quickly?
I'm gonna say no to that one, but I will give Linda very brief opportunity to rebut.
I'm sick and tired, first off, of being a paid advocate, Mr. Chairman. That is totally, completely inappropriate. Everybody has a representative in here, and I'm sick and tired of that.
Stay to the point, please.
They've got to cut that personal attack out.
Okay.
I've never seen that before on this board, and it's got to stop.
Continue.
We did make the changes that were visible to the public on a publicly traveled way. That's why you asked me last time to prove to you at the last HDC meeting, and HSAB has no jurisdiction over making a decision. Val asked me to do some stuff, we did. You asked me to prove that you could not see this from a publicly traveled way, which I provided you the evidence. I have not seen the pictures that were thrown in here just now because the last set of pictures were taken with a zoom lens, which is not within the jurisdiction of the HDC. Number two, it's got a slab foundation. It's not being dug down. I don't need any metal plates. And we are moving it the distance that the town tree expert who works for the town told us to do. He said, move it another 3 feet and you're 10 feet away. And that's all that's required of any tree in town, the town trees. So we're willing to move it another 3 feet, I think 3 inches forward. And it is not fully visible from Mill. I've given you enough pictures that were taken from 17, 19, 15, 13, New Dollar Lane, Prospect, and New Mill. So I've given you probably 30 or 40 pictures by the time we've gotten to this point, indicating that with a naked eye, it is not that visible. A picture is a picture, I'm sorry. A picture is a picture. I'm used to taking pictures. I take the pictures from the street, from the pony farm actually, and from the land bank property. And then I stood in the street in front of these houses to take those pictures. I don't zoom it. I don't pull it back. I take it from exactly the first one was a zoom picture. And I'm sorry, the last thing I want to say, it doesn't matter about the tree. We'll take as much care as we can. And it doesn't matter about their visibility on their backyards, because this happens to be a 7,000 plus square foot lot, which is kind of unusual in the OHD in itself. Not even the ones on Main Street can get to that far. So we are taking as great care as we can. We're entitled to it. The planning board has approved it. So I feel like the waters are muddied. Things are coming in here that have not in the HDC jurisdiction and not
That's enough.
considered. And it's very difficult to even rebut this constantly, because we're being cast aspersions on and saying that we're not truthful in our presentations. And I object to that. After 38 years of being truthful and honest and as direct as I can be with any presentation before this board, whether I was on the board for 20 years or representing in front of the board like I have been for years, I will not be duplicitous. I will not be hypocritical like some comments have been. I will not do that. I've given you everything I can give you to get this far.
Can we,
That you, Diane?
can we get the commissioners' remarks rather than hearing this that we've heard before, please?
Run out of time, Diane, sorry. Now, do you want to start?
Yep, I'll start. I have some simple questions.
Yes.
First of all, when people come to speak on this board as guests, they should be treated as such, whether you agree with them or not. They should not be treated rudely. We have not done that recently, and that's the way it should continue. I don't want to be part of a board that is rude to the people that come and speak. They are feeling about their houses a lot.
Point of order.
So the other thing I want to say,
I'd like Commissioner Coombs to please explain who on the board his commission has been rude to guests.
the people on the board are not rude, Steve. Thank you. They are not rude. Not the commissioners are not rude. Now, I'd like to continue.
Continue, please, Diane. Thank you.
Thank you. The northwest elevation shows a height of 27.7. This is a garage with an apartment above it. I was under the opinion it was supposed to be 24 feet or less, not 20.
It is.
Hey, Diane.
I don't know what she's looking at.
Diane, sorry. We're looking at our little hand-done drawings here, and you said which elevation?
Front northwest elevation.
Yes, so that is 23 feet, 2 inches high.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't see that it was. If this is a one apartment, one car garage, and it's 20 feet minus 4, it's 19, 20. It's 16 feet wide for one car. Then perhaps we could get it narrower so it didn't take up the room.
Okay.
And drop it down, whether it's at 20 feet, maybe it could come back down to 22, which would bring it under height. I think that perhaps if some of the stuff that was requested had at least come as a drawing, it would have been easier. We, as the commissioners, I think, are hard put to make all these decisions. I do think that if I don't think the planning board is the ones to tell us what to do or how to do it. They are supposed to do their business and we are supposed to do our business. I think it can be done, but with more thought in mind so that it is accomplished and so that the people around there live with it. It's important. This is an important area in the center of Old Historic District with the pony farm and all the little streets coming down to it. It's a hard area to put. We've tried to do things before and have them come out well, but we have to give some trial. I haven't seen any particular change in the garage since we started, really. It's about the same same as it was. Let's see if we can't bring it in a little bit and make it smaller. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Diane. Abby, you ready?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
so I was looking at the site plan and I think the scale is a little disproportionate. I mean, the proposed garage looks almost as big as the main dwelling. So, and in looking at the front of it, which I guess is our main concern, it just appears too wide. So I agree with HSAB on that. It just comes across that you've got stairs on the left and that little entrance on the right. And I think
It's a second set of stairs.
It just appears just very wide. Personally, I like dormers inset into the roof and not flush dormers as well. And I think what I made my notes, just a simpler structure in general, I think is appropriate for this. I think the pent roof over the garage is over the top. And the stairs themselves, which sort of add to its bulkiness. I think if they could be inside, it would become a simpler structure. So just in general, I would like it pared down and simpler. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Val,
I'm not quite ready yet.
okay.
All right.
John?
Yes. I have some comments.
Yeah,
Number one.
go.
Okay. All right, looking at the page here, number 17, 3 Waterview LLC for a new dwelling. That's up on the hill, am I correct?
No, it's not up on the hill, John.
Up on New Lane? Not New Lane, but New Mill Street?
Know where his parents lived.
Okay, all right, let's go back to this, to number 19. Stephanie Basel for a garage apartment. That's what we're doing now, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, I comment this. This is a standard size for a one-car garage with bicycles and toys and kids stuff. And what is the height of this, please? I can't read it.
23 feet, 4 inches.
23 feet?
2 inches, sorry.
Okay, I think everything is appropriate except the door on the right side, the 6-glass door should be changed to another type. They have choices to make, and they should not use these for front doors because if UPS or somebody's making a delivery, they got to know which door is the front door. So they use that bottom right one, I believe. But that's what I'd like to see change. Change that door, and the rest of it looks fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. How about now?
Next to his parents' house.
Yeah.
Does he know that?
last time. I said that to you. Okay, whoever's on should mute right now, or the board is deliberating.
Okay. I'm really sorry that this structure is causing so much havoc in this neighborhood. It's looking at that. I drove around several times. I see these pictures, whether the addresses are correct or not. And I'm mystified as to why it is being received as it is. It is smaller than some of these garages that are near it, substantially smaller. And aside from maybe the outside stair, which is maybe a bit anomaly.
But we did put trellis on.
But I this is not a historic property, although it's a historic town proper. The house, well, the footprint on the plan looks like it's slightly larger. It's a 3-story house, 2.5-story traditional house, which is much higher than this garage. And I feel like we're getting caught, especially lately, in neighbors' personal issues. And I know a lot of it has to do with the rental thing, and this is not the platform to air those concerns. We simply have to act on what buildings look like and whether they're in the context of what's in the area. And given what's in the area, I am really, this is like kind of decision fatigue. I can't even understand why there is so much opposition to this. It's simple to me. I don't get it.
Okay, thanks. So for me, appreciate the idea of moving the building 3 feet further away. That was from the tree warden. Right. Don't like the pent roof over the garage doors. I can't remember whether that was added for our benefit or not, but
That was a suggestion.
yeah, I just think it's too much it's getting away from the simplicity that I'm hoping for.
Okay.
And then with respect to the exterior stair, which seems so contentious, Linda, you know I'm in the business, and you can have a single stair down, interior, which you have, to a first floor, and as long as you have 2 means of egress from the first floor out, one of them can happen through the garage. You do not need the exterior stair.
According to Paul. That's why it's.
Well,
We need 2 means of
Matt
access.
Heffern's in the business too,
Yeah.
and he's over there shaking his head no. So I've done probably 30 of these type buildings where the stair is internal, it's one, and as long as you have 2 ways out from the first floor, you're good.
We
So
do.
all that is to say that I think that the exterior stair is adding, just like the pent roof, is adding a level of complexity to a building that, you know, ideally wants to be very simple. I don't think we need it. I think we should, you know, query him further on that whole thing, all that is.
Okay.
And listen, you could get another foot out of the width of this building, and it would mean another 5 inches off the ridge height. So
Keep
those-
in mind it's 60 below grade as it is now.
no, I understand. And
Mr. Chairman.
yes, I understand that, and I appreciate that. So those are my comments.
Excuse me, Ray, I just want to make one correction to what you said. This is Pat Beilman. I don't know what the protocol is.
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
We sought the opinion of the Nantucket tree warden, Dave Shampoo. He
No,
proposed,
Excuse me, Pat. Dave is not the tree warden. He was a former tree warden.
okay, he suggested 20 feet from the lot line. So I'm not sure how.
Well, I know Dave, so I'm going to ask him.
Well, my guy at the town says 10 feet from a town tree. It's 10 feet from that tree.
Don't argue.
Bottom line on the tree thing is it's not germane to the HDC. So my comments were directed towards the idea that out of goodwill, the tree is being saved. So I know Dave, I know his son. I'm going to talk to both of them and see what's up on that scoop.
Thank
So those are my comments.
So if we could do it through staff, get rid of the rear stairs and take
Well, no,
Can't move off?
let's see, okay, let's see what the tone of the board is right now.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
so folks, everything's been said. What do we want to do with this application?
Mr.
I'd
Chairman,
like to call for revisions and have it come back to the board with the building made smaller and the roof taken off, the garage doors, the outdoor staircase removed, so we can see what it would look like. I don't want it to
So
be
that is a
via,
motion, right, Diane?
yes,
Yeah, so your motion is to hold for revisions. So on that motion, make sure I get my board exactly right here. On Diane's motion, Abby,
To hold for revisions? Yes.
okay, Val? I know,
I don't think we need to.
I know what you're
but
thinking.
Okay.
Okay, so you're in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, John,
yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
okay, but we.
Yes, okay.
I'm not sure.
This application for 8 New Mill Street, could I see the plot plan, please? Where it's going on New Mill
Okay,
Street?
John, we're actually on a motion to hold for revisions. There is the plot plan, but I would like to know if you're in favor of the motion to hold for revisions.
It doesn't show New Mill Street anywhere.
New Mill?
Does-
Yes, it does indeed. On the left-hand
I'm
side.
sorry, okay, it's under that arrow, okay.
Yes, correct. Are you in favor of Diane's motion to hold for revisions?
Thank you. Aye.
I'll call that a yes. All right, let's see. Abby, you made the motion, right? Oh, no, Diane, on your motion.
aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Sorry to keep you out so late. We'll see you next time. Okay. BPC.
Who?
All right.
I told them that last time.
Oh. And like just, moving on. So watch, we're gonna do a test case with Joe.
I heard that. I heard that conversation.
All right. Order, everyone. Let's see. So Joe's here for an application at 36 Warren's Landing. It's a gazebo, cabana. The board on that is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Pat. Everybody ready to go?
Got it.
Okay. Where are they now? Joe, you go.
Sure. Well, you're on the photo page here. This was a cabana that is essentially two 16-foot hip roof structures.
Oh, right. Yep.
That the comment, I mean, which are 14'9" tall. The comment was that it really ought to be a simpler gable form. In fact, even the earlier ones, the top elevation, which is the north elevation, faces the street. We had posts that were in the corner and they were shingled in between so that it kind of read like pavilions that had been filled in. If you go down to the comparison page of elevations there, you can kind of see them side by side. So we took a simple approach to the response, which was to make these gables instead of hips. We kept the location the same. We pushed the chimney in to the interior of that natural board fence. And we have cottage corners, just like on the house. It's very under-fenestrated on this side because it turns its back to the street. There is a natural buffer that's 20 feet deep that runs down the length of that road. The our clients are working with Tom Hanlon to increase the density of that, but we don't want it to look, obviously, we don't want to put a row of Leland cypress down there. So they're working on a planting plan for that. But we're showing that natural board fence extends to the, what direction is that? To the left of our proposed cabana to tie into the existing shed that's there.
Yeah.
And just I wanted to mention that the gable for the shed is parallel to Warren's Landing Road. And we've intentionally are rotated these the opposite direction because it just seemed like it might create a little bit of a, a little bit too repetitive there. And that is it. I mean, we're showing the vegetation that's on there just to remind everybody that it is, we're going to heavily plant that whole backside of this.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
And let me just mention, I know the pool is next. These are located in such a way to screen the pool, and that fence, that board fence that connects this to the shed, which you can see in the site plan, is to eliminate the visibility there. And from the far end of Warren's Landing Road, I've got a photograph on the top of this presentation, 3 pages back. You can kind of get a sense of what that might look like looking back.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
just
right,
up a
who wants
notch.
to start? Oh, Nantucket advisory.
No, not the second.
Okay. Very good. Okay, who would like to start?
I will.
Was that you, John?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
this is 36 Warren's Landing, am I correct?
You're right about that.
This is number 20 on the page, okay.
Yeah,
This is for the gazebo cabana.
correct.
I just think it might be a little bit too heavy on the glass. It's on the walls. There are 2 walls there. This one's got 2, 4, 6, 8 casement windows on the cabana. And they had to back off a few of them. I think it makes it look too tacky. And the rest of it looks okay to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
That faces interior, by the way, just for reference. That faces towards my
Got it.
client's
Thank you for
property. Yeah.
You know what he was talking about. Diane, where are you?
I don't know where I am.
I mean, actually, I should have been more specific. Where are you? Where is your mind on this application?
Oh, you don't want to know. I think that probably the revisions, maybe you could cut down 2 4 windows and give you 4 in the middle. So it didn't go the whole way, but you may not be able to see it if it faces into the property. I'd like to see the chimney there. And as an ending to protect the view of the pool, I think it's probably the easiest thing than putting up vegetation that isn't growing there. I think it's worth considering and seeing how it fits in with everybody.
Okay. Hey, Diane, just for your information, the windows that you referenced on the south elevation do face into the property.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
They do. I just, if
Okay.
you can't see them, it doesn't make it matter. But I just think for design wise, it's better with fewer windows than 8. 6 windows are fine. They have a drawing of one with 6 windows. But if it faces in, then that's whatever comes up well.
We could match the other side, which shows
Oh, yeah.
6. They could be equal.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with the 2 buildings, although it's sort of a modern approach for out there, but I think the chimney is inappropriate and probably could be added inside to one of those buildings with a sort of a small, sort of a more, this one's awfully chunky, with a more appropriate sized uh, chimney.
I have permission to remove the chimney.
Along that line,
Oh,
I
you
should
mean
say
just-
almost the same thing, except maybe he could
Well-
push it to the exterior of one of those buildings. And it would have something around it.
What did you say you have permission from who?
Well,
From my client, we
Oh.
pushed the chimney in. I mean, I maybe shouldn't bring it up now, but I know in your interest of expediting the options on the table, that's an option for us, that they really want a fire element. It could become a gas fire pit that sits in underneath that pergola, which would not be visible from the street because it would be screened by that fence. So if that element as a freestanding element is problematic, we'd be okay eliminating it.
Mr. Chairman,
okay.
Is that all we're looking at right now, the cabana, that right there? Okay.
Well, the cabana is comprised of both of those buildings plus the fence, plus the
Yeah.
chimney.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm okay with the rest.
I,
You just don't want the chimney floating.
Correct.
And Val, you
I
concur?
was feeling the same way, but I think it could be grounded by one of the structures.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that would make one of those buildings, well, they're charming already, but to have a chimney on them, make it really charming. For the time being, should we just eliminate and just my own view is that, yes, there are 8 windows on the south elevation, but they face into the property. I do not believe that they're gonna be visible, so I'd be okay with those. So do we want to like eliminate the chimney for the time being? Like,
Is the
kick it
pergola
around?
natural to weather?
The pergola is natural, the fence is natural. Yeah, the trim, by the way, on the house is gray. It matches this, and the sash is black. And the sash that we're talking about, by the way, are going to be open all the time. And that's just to enclose that structure at the end of the season, essentially.
Chairman,
So yes, if we could remove that chimney, no problem. And then if we decide to bring it back, I like the idea of it being internalized, but I'd hate to design here for my client.
No.
Yeah, so
I
should we
think
hold for
to save-
revisions then?
Well, I think he wants an approval to move forward with everything except the chimney.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I'll make a motion to approve without the chimney.
Okay. That's a motion on the table. Obviously made a motion to approve without the chimney. So on that motion, Val,
I.
thank you. Diane? Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John?
Somebody keeps muting me.
John?
aye.
Thank you. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, there you go, Joe.
Thank you. And
Thanks. Oh, you have the pool. Okay, so the pool is, actually, we could use the same drawings, I think, but, so the pool is just inside of this cabana, and Joe has already just described how he's using this cabana plus the fencing around the cabana that goes all the way to the shed to screen the pool from public way. Any discussion on this?
And I understand it's supposed to be vegetated so that it's not visible in perpetuity, so,
Well, vegetated
or screened, correct, yeah.
Sorry, what, Abby?
I can't read, what is the vegetation? What is he calling out there?
It's called deep natural vegetation, a 20-foot deep natural vegetation.
Are you creating a dune or something?
No.
No.
No, well, you know what, I didn't want to infill with the plant species. There's a lot of vegetation there that's worth keeping. It's actually screened, even in the photographs that you can see at the top of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
page with no leaves on them, it's screened. So Tom Hanlon is going to do a landscape plan for this. We wanted to see how the cabana would go and the fence, but we
Chairman,
could submit a landscape plan, for instance.
yes,
Where this is going is actually where there's a driveway right now, right?
No, the driveway's on the
Well,
right-hand
it's an
side.
opening to the street on the aerial.
Right, that opening on the street is between right there, correct, yeah, thank you, Holly. Between the shed and the cabana, but there's a fence that's now connecting those two structures. You can see it in the photographs at the top of the page. There isn't a driveway there.
Mr. Chairman.
Right there.
Hello.
John, we're here. Hang on
Okay.
a second.
Can I continue? Because I really did want to.
Yeah, no.
I'm worried about visibility and I'm worried about changing the landscape. Out there, it's pretty open and natural vegetation. I think 50 feet is probably too large and I wonder if the spa couldn't be incorporated into the pool so that it's not strung out and taking up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Val.
Mr. Chairman.
I got nothing.
Yes, John, go ahead.
Okay. According to what I see here and what I saw when I was in Connecticut, I think what is supposed here, there's enough medium-sized brush there on that property to blind the pool from anything that's going to be seen from the road or travel way. And I think it's appropriate to proceed with this. I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Okay, John, I'm gonna hold that motion just for a second because we haven't heard from Diane yet.
According to Diane, yes.
So Diane, comments?
My comment is the pool is 50 feet long. And that doesn't include the stairs going up.
It doesn't, sorry.
Hey, Diane, it does include the stairs.
It does include the stairs.
Does include the stairs.
Well, I'd like to move it in. So the stairs go in from where they are now and just reduce it down to a little bit, unless they're going to have 50 people in there swimming. A 50-foot pool is huge and makes more of a problem to keep it invisible for the time. I haven't had time for my photographer to go out and take a picture of this, but looking at this is that lower left-hand corner where the trees and all stop and the fence stops. It's a cute, clear view in over the,
I could take 6 feet off that pool and hold the stair side and
Yeah.
slide everything in to address that concern. The part that extends beyond the cabana, that whole thing, that length could go to 44.
You gave
okay, that would, I could,
I'm-
12 feet.
No, it's
Deal
not.
with that.
Well,
Diane.
I give you
that's-
my best offer initially to stop negotiations.
well, that's a good offer. And then we move the pool over and it wouldn't be so visible from that corner. How is it going to be covered? Is it going to have a fence or are you going to have automatic cover?
It has an automatic cover, Diane.
Automatic
Okay.
cover.
Well, that's what I would suggest. I'd like to see how it looks, but I think it would work a little bit better to bring it in that 6 feet.
Okay, thanks, Diane. You had one thing to say, Val, because John actually did make a motion to approve this, but go ahead.
He does it. for me all the time,
Oh, no,
too.
I
You can
don't.
wait.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Move on.
My concern is not the immediate visibility from the road with the vegetation that we're seeing. It's more of this sweeping view like we're seeing in the last photo provided. How that's gonna work. I mean, from far away, it's a much different vista and can it really be blocked?
It's the bottom right photo,
Um,
Holly.
There's nothing proposed that way.
over.
And there's a huge
Yeah.
patio around it. I'm just not sure because it's so manicured in an area that's not manicured.
Well, we definitely don't want it to feel manicured, obviously around the pool, it has to, but whatever we need to do to achieve a lack of visibility from the public way with natural vegetation, we don't want this to feel like Baxter Road, nothing against Baxter Road, or in town. The clients purposefully have put this pool, I actually suggested it should go more interior to the property, but they really want to leave this as unspoiled as possible. And they walk those trails regularly around their property. So we really want to keep it clustered tight to the house and keep this as natural as possible and not overdevelop the whole lot.
I would get rid of some of that hardscaping then.
Okay, so this is getting a little fragmented here.
Well, that's why maybe we need revisions.
Well, to be clear, John has made a motion to approve this as is, okay? So my own view is that, Joe, it sounded to me like you were gonna reduce the length of the pool, holding the steps where they are and moving the pool that would be further east, right?
The pool, yeah, the pool and the spa.
The pool and the spa would move further east by 6 feet. So I was ready to go along with John's motion to approve this as is with the usual stipulation, not visible at the time of inspection thereafter. But now you've sweetened the deal with the 6 feet. So, John?
Yes, sir.
You recently made a motion on this to approve as submitted. Could you modify your motion to have two things included? One, a reduction in length of 6 feet off of the western end of the pool and spa. And the second is not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter. And if so, I would put it to a vote.
So move.
Okay, thank you, John. So on that motion, Abby.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Val.
Aye.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John, on your motion.
Yes, aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know NIR.
So the pool gets shorter by chopping 6 feet off the western side. And the usual stipulation, not visible at time of inspection.
One more to go. White elephant.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we've been waiting a while and they have to order this thing for the white elephant.
Is that Mike Duffy?
Yes, he's not here anymore, so he asked Matt to do it,
All right.
but we need to get this done.
We're still,
3 minutes.
we're still before 9 o'clock. Go, go, go.
I got a text.
It's an honor. Yeah, I think you've seen it before.
One more application and we're done, kids. We can all go home.
Absolutely.
Have our
We'll let the dogs
3
out.
martinis.
There you go.
God, a couple of aspirin.
3 martinis and a bottle of aspirin.
What?
Okay.
I believe it's.
Listen up, everyone.
So
By the way, Matt, let me just announce the board. Myself, Diane, Abby. Oh, my goodness, you're on one.
And I'm not
How
on
about
it.
it? And Carrie, this is Carrie's last application for the night. All right, so now go.
So I think you've seen this before. It's a proposed awning for the entrance over the Brant Point
Yeah,
Grill.
right.
And as I understand it, they've made some revisions based on your comments. Yeah,
So you're squaring it off.
that's the proposal.
And like the color scheme fits the color scheme, yeah, okay. Very straightforward. It's just a normal.
Motion to approve.
Yes. Comments from the board. Oh, actually, hold on.
There were no HSAP comments on this, but this actually resembles what they recommended.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you. Board members.
Motion to approve. Get it out of the way.
John, sorry, I appreciate that, but you're not on this one. But I think your friend Stephen might be going in that direction. Let's see. Stephen, go.
Yes, I will make. a
Thank you.
motion, but I just wanted to comment, I was looking through some of the old black and white books, and these colored awnings are everywhere now. So with that, I'll. say-
Wait a second.
No, just see this little weight.
It's like, I thought you were gonna say, I was going through all those old books and all the awnings are black or white.
No, the colored awnings are everywhere. Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Okay, on.
Oh,
Stephen.
the,
What? Hang on.
no,
Carrie?
I was saying, I thought the blue and white was a typical color for the white elephant.
Diane, sorry, what are
Yeah.
you saying?
I said, I thought blue and white was a typical color for the different ones that have been around the white elephant for quite some time. They used to have one out by the pool, and that was blue and white. They had them over at the Harbor House type of one.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay. So Diane, the motion is to approve as submitted. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Stephen on your motion? Aye. And I'm in favor. The motion carries. There you guys go.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful
You're
night.
sitting back there.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Well, hang on one second.
First of all, you have to maybe approve the minutes, Terry.
Thank you.
Quickly. Schedule.
Oh. Vote through.
I can only schedule through till July because
All right.
she's still waiting, Erica's still waiting for
Yeah.
those, who are in person or Zoom or hybrid. So
I've just moved the deadlines for new business to Mondays instead of Tuesdays to give us more time to review.
You move the
And-
deadlines.
Yeah, the deadlines, that's for staff, but,
Right.
so 7/13.
Yes.
The school committee is meeting in here,
Yes.
so I have it highlighted as 2 fairgrounds conference room at the night meeting. I don't know.
5 hours.
Well, what I don't understand is we have a standard time
You still, you
and,
do,
and they bump us for school committee.
because for some reason they can't meet, I don't know if it's school committee or airport, but they can't meet where they normally meet. That's all I'm saying, but you can meet next door. It's just,
Oh, next
July.
door, that next.
yeah, or not meet at all.
Is that a Tuesday meeting?
It's a Tuesday, yeah.
Stupid.
I would just like to suggest we find an alternative location that. A
Oh,
Thursday
it's
meeting is,
fairground restaurant.
yeah, a Thursday meeting for an hour and a
Let
half.
somebody else find another place for a meeting. Tuesdays is supposed to be ours.
Thank
Isn't
you,
it?
Diane. I was actually speaking. I appreciate that. I was just saying that I think an hour and a half meeting in there is one thing, but several hours and multiple hours.
It could be tough.
We just need to ask for a better place for, we need it's not whether it's better, or good, it's better in terms of appropriate for the volume of people who come in to sit and review.
Well,
Just
that
take the
was-
people that were here tonight. There's
But
no
that
way
was
we don't.
I plugged that in, otherwise it's gonna be no meeting, so.
Mm.
See, that makes me like,
Val,
There's
I
no
know,
other meeting space unless the trailer.
like, you can't let it get
Well, let's
frustrated
go in the
because, you know,
trailer.
I don't know if it's available yet or not.
Oh, the trailer, the famous trailer. I mean,
They're working on it, maybe it'll be ready by July 13th. Yeah, they're working on it.
Oh, so it's not up and
Working
running.
on what?
Trailer, it's a temporary meeting space.
All right,
I'd love
well,
to
look,
be able to-
let's just put a question mark next to that one. Guys, what we should do is, are you looking for a motion to approve this?
Yes, and I can just, I don't know, I'll figure out something for the
Just do,
13th.
just put a question mark.
Okay. Because I just supposed to put it out.
Okay. So does somebody want to give me a motion to approve this short-term deadline?
Can I ask you a question?
Short-term, yeah, go ahead.
Is it a question mark next to the meeting or the
The
meeting
venue, the venue,
Okay, I just wanted to. make sure.
not the, I'm certainly love for the meeting to proceed, yes. Well, that's why it would be so impractical.
Yeah.
Because like literally it would just not happen.
We just went from no meetings.
Okay, so can somebody give me a motion on this one?
So moved.
All right, so the motion is to approve this with the proviso that Kathy will continue to research the venue for the meeting of July 13th. On that motion, Val. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John? John with it? Might be John. Is it? Stephen on your motion? Carrie? on your motion? And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, and then a minutes? You want to do minutes? Somebody want to go for that one?
Motion to approve the minutes of whatever.
June 7th. That's it. Val's motion is to approve minutes of June 7th. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John. John's still going. Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen. Okay, Val on your motion. And I'm in favor. Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay. Hey, John, you're not there, so we can't get a motion from you to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Val has made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm here. I had to do something down cellar.
Oh, hey, John, are you in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
fantastic. Thank you. Val on your motion.
Aye.